All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome if you're new. Thank you for waiting patiently for the intro to finish up. Hope everybody's doing well today. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, I did put a poll out, like, immediately. I'm checking on it now. So we have almost 50 votes on that. We're finally going to be doing the 5-year review. Finally, 5-year review for the PlayStation 5. Now, the PS5 turned 5 a couple of weeks ago. I believe it was on like November 12th. But I never did get to do my like proper 5-year evaluation, 5-year review, talking about the good, the bad, everything in between. Lady Gamer, what's going on? Is it an A for me? I don't know. Maybe at the end I'll give my own grade. We'll see. What I am going to be doing is going over a list. I made a list. 5 things that I believe Sony did right or did well this generation, and 5 things that I believe they did bad or they missed on or did poorly with. And we're going to kind of go like back and forth. I'll do one good thing, one bad thing, one good thing, one bad thing. I think that, yes, Irfin. Yes. The mic stand was separate. Yeah. But hopefully it sounds good now. I tried using it yesterday, but something was not right. So I had to go back to my old microphone. But I spent some time yesterday messing with it and kind of figuring out what I needed to do. So hopefully it sounds good for you guys. The only thing I need some feedback on right now, because I'm looking at my mixer. My mixer keeps telling me I'm bleeding into the red. So there's green, yellow, red, and red usually means you're peaking or it's like way too loud. It keeps telling me I'm in the red, but I'm gonna, yeah, that's the thing. I figured if I was, everybody would tell me that it's too loud and everybody's saying it's good. So I'm just not gonna focus on that. Saying I have less bass in my voice. I can increase the bass. I could put it up a notch. I turned it up a little bit. You can tell me, big noise, if you hear any difference, if you like this better. The other microphone I was using, was really, really heavy on the bass. Maybe like too heavy. I think it was like too heavy on the bass and I didn't realize it. But wait, is any of this based on exclusivity or timed exclusivity? We'll get into the weeds of that, Ryan. We'll get into the weeds. Yeah. I'm just going to give it a couple of minutes. I'm going to give it a couple minutes. Let more people kind of file in before we go down this list. Mr. B, you're saying you just want a new God of War spinoff to Shadow Drop at the Game Awards? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be a Shadow Drop of any kind. I mean, Santa Monica did do that before with God of War Ragnarok's DLC. MBG sounds great. I had to turn down my headphones through my mixer, but I don't hear any spiking. Okay. Good. Yeah. Yeah, I was like really disappointed yesterday when I was like really excited to use the new mic, but there was something just like not right. I didn't have it set up properly, I guess. And it was apparently like really disappointing. But luckily we figured it out. The 2.5D God of War game. Yeah. I don't know if it's... Yeah, that's a good question, Mr. B. I don't know if that's going to play like the classic God of War games. The mixer I'm using right now is just the one that Shure puts out. I think it's called like Motive or something. Yeah, that seems to be what was missing. I did not have that installed. And so I was just using the mic basically out of the box. No fine tuning whatsoever. And I don't know, I guess I just had it in my head that for as expensive as this mic is, it'll just work like that. But no, it still needed some help with the mixer there, some fine tuning. All right. So, yeah, I wanted to have this conversation today evaluating the PS5 after 5 years because, well, frankly, there's like no news right now. It is a holiday week in that it's going to be Thanksgiving on Thursday in the U.S. But when I was looking around to see, like, okay, well, like, is there any PlayStation news? I mean, there is a little bit of Helldivers news, but nothing major. But I'm just looking around. I'm like, yeah, there's really like nothing going on right now. It's very, very quiet, and I don't know if it's going to stay that way for the rest of the month. It probably will, because, well, we're very close to the Game Awards. As we get closer to the Game Awards, do you guys hear that? Do you hear Leia? Boss, do you hear? Boss is like, But yeah, as we get closer to the Game Awards, we'll probably have some things like leaking out or some rumors and stuff. When am I planning to do the Game Awards predictions for new games? Sunday stream. Well, the Game Awards aren't until December 11th, so probably sometime in December. I don't think we'll do that this month. I saw that, yeah. Far Cry coming to FX, so strange, I guess. I don't know, maybe that'll be good. When are we going to see that new Far Cry game revealed? Far Cry 7, I think it would be. Prince of Persia remake, January 2026. Wasn't that the game that was revealed by like a studio working for Ubisoft located in India, and people were like very disappointed with what they saw? Like, they were so disappointed that they're like, you know what, we're just going to go redo it. So yeah, next week, basically. Oh, they said the Far Cry show is going to be an anthology series. That's pretty cool. I wonder how it'll turn out. All right. Boss, we're going to get you out of here. Chill. All right. So, guys, we're going to dive into this discussion. And before we do, I want to first off thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. If you could do me a favor and hit that like button, it helps the streams, helps with YouTube's algorithm. It lets me know you enjoy the content. And we are fan funded. As you know, I totally and completely rely on you guys to be able to continue to do this here. So if you want to show any support over the course of the stream, feel free to do so. You can become a channel member, gift memberships, super chats, direct donations, all that good stuff. So thank you to everybody who supports. Simply could not do it without you. But yes, we need to talk about the PlayStation 5 5 years later. What did Sony get right? What did they get wrong? What needs to change potentially? How are we feeling about the future of this console? Whether that be for the next 2 years leading into the next generation, or maybe you're somebody who's not going to upgrade next gen right away, and instead you're going to maybe wait till like 2029, 2030 perhaps, something along those lines. There are going to be people who do that. So let's evaluate where we are. Sony did say that we're about halfway through the PS5's support cycle. I'm not going to call it life. I guess you could call it a life cycle because it'll clearly live on after Sony moves on from it. But Sony says we're about halfway. So that doesn't mean the PS6 is coming in 2030. It just means that when the PS6 comes out in 2027, they're still going to heavily support the PS5 for probably another 3-4 years, just like they did the PS4. So if you're going to be that person that keeps the PS5 for like 10 years, then we are literally at that halfway point. And so, yeah, I have a list here, okay? 5 things that I think Sony did well or that they did a good job with, and then 5 things that they didn't. 5 mistakes, 5 misses, whatever you want to call it. 5 we could do 5 W's, 5 L's, right? And then at the end, when I'm done going over all of this, I will, I guess, maybe give some kind of grade, potentially. MBG, how can we upgrade next generation? Have you seen the RAM prices? Yeah, I'm not sure what's going to happen with that. That seems like it is a bit of a curveball that's being thrown into the tech industry right now, or the hardware space. So, for the PS5, it was the global pandemic which caused a shortage. Perhaps with the PS6, it could be something completely different where it's like, oh, it's not a shortage. It's just unaffordable. I don't know. I will say this before I move on. I do think that if Sony, leading into the production of the PlayStation 6, production for the PS6 probably won't begin until, I don't know, like early 2027, February, March, April, maybe around that time. If there's still like a severe RAM shortage or it's just like way too expensive, I could see Sony delaying the PS6. Yeah, I think that could do it because there's nothing they could do about that. The only thing they could do at that point is wait for it to end, wait for it to pass. I think the hope is that RAM shortage will pass by the end of next year. But if it does linger and it goes into 2027, I could see them delaying it. And I don't think people would be upset about it either. I think people would welcome a delay. And it would be an internal delay. They wouldn't formally announce it. But I'm sure we'll get reports. Yeah, they're using it for the data centers. And many of those data centers are focused on AI. Yeah, that's so big noids. That's why there is a shortage. Because you have these massive tech companies. They're all aggressively building massive data centers all at one time. It's the AI race, I guess you could call it right now, where all these companies are racing to be the first to do something, I guess. And data centers are now a big part of that. And they're very expensive. They're taking priority. And yeah, it's causing it's supply and demand. It's causing the price of RAM to surge and skyrocket. We have Waleed is now a game cat with a super chat saying marketing and live service D, PSVR 2 A+, overall B. Interesting. Well, thank you for letting me know, Waleed. PSVR 2 A+. PSVR 2 doing that heavy lifting for Waleed here. Mr. B says just get yourself a PS5 this holiday and you'll be good for many years. Probably, yeah. I mean, seriously though, like Sony is at a point where Sony prepared for a situation like this to a degree. And so as of right now, they are safe. The PlayStation 5 is able to go on sale to $400 and $450, which is, it's crazy that that's the sale price now, but there's no other console out there except maybe the Nintendo Switch 2 that can really, that can offer a console package like this at that price point. So in all seriousness, like if you are on the fence, now would for sure be the time to do it because we do not know what's going to happen. The price of the PS5 and the PS5 Pro is probably going to go up if this RAM shortage lingers throughout 2026. So, yeah, energy prices are skyrocketing. Yeah, I don't know. People are waiting for the AI bubble to pop, or to burst. And I could see why people think. I mean, I don't think AI is ever going to go away, but this race, I think there's going to, somebody's going to have to hit a wall, and there's going to have to be a slowdown. We'll see, though. We'll see. But let's get into it, talking about the PlayStation 5. So I'm going to start with the first good thing, the first W for the PS5 5 years later, okay? And this one I think is, some of these are going to be obvious, but I think, if we're doing a proper evaluation, we have to point these things out and not avoid them just for the sake of it. The first thing is, and again, this is just my opinion, by the way, I think that goes without saying, but just to be clear, I'm just telling you, this is just my evaluation, all right? So if you disagree, that's totally fine. You can let me know why you disagree. But the first thing here that I think Sony got right with the PlayStation 5 is the upgrade was worth it. And it did feel mostly next-gen, especially towards the beginning. But most importantly, it is better than the PS4 in every single way. And the DualSense is included with this. I didn't want to give the DualSense its own specific spot, But I thought that this was the first and most important thing to highlight because I feel like it's easy 5 years into the PS5's life cycle to kind of take for granted everything the PS5 offers. And I do. I use it every day. I've been using my PS5 pretty much every day since it came out 5 years ago. And, I'm just completely used to this machine. But if I try to look back and go back to where we were at the launch of the PS5, coming off of the PS4 Pro, we're going from every game, basically, mostly every game, being 30 frames per second to now every game offering a 60 FPS performance mode. So across the board, we're shooting up from, going from 30 to 60, probably the biggest, most noticeable upgrade at a high fidelity level too. And then we have the SSD speeds where, hey, you don't have to wait between 20 and 40 seconds, depending on which game you're loading up to get into the game. Now it's going to happen within 1 to 6 seconds. Again, these are things that now you don't notice it. You just expect it. You've gotten used to it. But at that time, it's like, wow, okay, yeah, moving away from these mechanical hard drives to the SSDs is awesome, right? Very awesome. And then you have something like the DualSense, where the DualShock 4 was a fantastic controller, still is, still one of the best. But then you get the DualSense in your hands, and when Sony was selling the DualSense, before we actually got to try it, you think, I don't know. You think to yourself like, well, maybe they're overselling it, maybe it's a gimmick, and maybe for some people it really was. Tarnish, what's going on? But, I feel like when people got the DualSense in their hands, they got to feel that haptic feedback and the triggers, and especially how it was utilized in some of these games. You're like, actually, this is really a major step up from the rumble, just the overall vibration that we would get in previous iterations of the DualShock, and also just the feel of the DualSense as well. A quite dramatic departure, I would say, from anything Sony has done before. And you combine that with, all the games that were there at the launch of the PS5. I think that it all kind of came together to where, are we looking at a PS1 to PS2 leap? No, I think everybody knew that going into the PS5. But are we still looking at a next-gen leap? I think the answer is yes. I think that when you're talking about, like, sure, these two machines can play the same game, but one game has instantaneous load times, is running at a much higher resolution at 60 frames per second, utilizing the DualSense. I think you put all those things together, and it's like, yeah, this is quite nice. And also just some of the quality of life features that were there with the, the UI, the overall user interface, and the UX experience in general. Granted, I don't think everything that Sony tried to do with the PS5 really worked out. Like, I'm thinking about the game help. I think that was a great idea on paper. And in execution, it really could be beneficial for games that utilized it. But there was this big push to, make it so that you don't have to go on your phone or, boot up a guide or something to figure out what to do next in your game or how to get this trophy. But it was one of these things where it was going to take some extra work on developers to take advantage of the game help. And again, the ones that did it, I think it's awesome, But I can honestly say I've only used game help probably a total of like 3 to 5 times in the entirety of me using the PS5. So, I just want to give a little bit of credit to Sony for they really did try to come up with some new things here to really differentiate the PS5 experience from the PS4. And some of those things I think really worked well and flawlessly, near flawlessly, and came together to create what genuinely felt like a worthwhile upgrade, right? Some people might argue that it doesn't feel next gen, or it didn't, and I think that's fine. I'm not here to tell you definitively that if you went from PS4 to PS5, that was a next gen upgrade, but I think at the very least what everybody can agree on, and I do feel this pretty strongly, is that if you moved from the PS4 to the PS5, I don't think you can argue that it's a solid upgrade through and through. It's a vast improvement. Oh, and also one other thing I have to mention here that I would be remiss if I did not mention this. And I'm not saying this is like a special thing. It's frankly something that shouldn't have to be noted, but, again, I'd be remiss if I didn't. The fact that the PS5 is silent. This was a major problem with both the PS4, but especially the PS4 Pro, where it's like, dude, these things, the way that they were engineered and designed, they got way too loud. My PS4 Pro, in the final months of me using it, literally sounded louder than an air conditioner. That would, like, if there was an air conditioner in my room in full blast, it was louder than that. It was obnoxious. It was unacceptable. And it was frankly frustrating. And it was so loud that, like, you had to put the TV volume to a ridiculous volume to be able to hear over it. And so to go from that to the silence of the PS5 was awesome, but also pointing out that I still have my launch model PS5. It still runs completely silent, doesn't make a sound. So just, one of those areas that Sony kind of messed up in with the PS4 and Pro, and they fixed it with the PS5. So that's my number one. The upgrade, again, I do believe was worth it. And for me, it did feel like a genuine next-gen console that I was very excited to engage with. And when I did, it felt like, yes, this is good. Like, this is the next leap forward for PlayStation. Really, polygons. You're saying my PS5 Pro sounds like a rocket after playing for a while? That's strange to me, pushing polygons. I have not experienced that. I have my Pro here on my desk next to me, and I use it frequently, and I don't hear anything. The only thing I ever hear is the disk drive. So that's, I don't know, maybe you gotta like dust it out if possible. It doesn't sound good. There was so much misinformation about coil whine and other nonsense when the PS5 first came out. Yeah, it was over exaggerated, and I think that's kind of normal. People, and I'm not saying pushing polygons is here. We're not that. I just mean at the launch of the PS5, I remember there was like a report, like a couple of dead PS5s, and people were like, oh my God, it's the next Red Ring of Death. And it's like, I don't think so. Let's cool it, Mr. B, you're saying your PS5 Pro is silent. Even the disk drive is quiet after the initial 10 seconds of booting up a game or a disk-based game. Yeah, I don't know, polygons. I don't know if maybe, I don't say you have a defective PS5 Pro, but yeah, that's interesting. Might have to like pop off those plates and take a look at what's going on inside. Oh, you have it in the media center? Maybe that could be why, if it's not ventilated enough. Definitely got to be careful with that. I don't think any of my PS5s overheated. I don't recall any of them shutting down from overheating. I think the Pro, if it does overheat though, regardless of how loud it gets, if it's in a confined space, it will warn you, or it'll tell you it's shutting down to prevent damage. So I think that like just automatically occurs. Buddy Hall, you're saying the thermo paste for the PS4 Pro, $30 at an electronic repair shop. Yeah, people were telling me to do that with the PS4 Pro, and I'm like, bro, listen, man, if I was going to be trying to apply thermal paste, I'd be doing some PC gaming right now. You know what I mean? I'd be on PC. But yeah, that was like, to me, honestly, that was the biggest flaw of the PS4 Pro. Truthfully, like out of everything with the PS4 Pro, it was like near flawless for what it was offering, but the literal volume and the sound of the console is like, I want to take a hammer to this thing, bro. Like this is ridiculous. But there you go. That is my number one W for the PS5 so far. Again, I don't know if everybody will agree with that, but for me, that's definitely a W. Now, we are going to move on to the first L. Again, for those who were just tuning in, we're doing top 5 good things, or W's, for the PS5 in the last 5 years. Top 5 bad things, negative things. Okay? And the first one, it's going to feel a little bit out of place. And I also want to put this out here as well. If you feel like, oh, I need to not to get defensive, but point something out that I'm not saying, keep in mind it's probably further down on my list. And I'm saying this because this was the first thing that came to my mind. When I think about the PS5 generation, and I had to sit there and think, what are the top 5 negatives, the top 5 bad things? the first thing that came to mind, truly, was simply not enough new IP. And again, we are gonna talk good on the game side as well. But this is just the first thing that I put on the list. Destruction All-Stars was technically the first L, yes. But yeah, my number one had to be not enough new IP. And I think that this is something that the vast majority of PlayStation players can overall agree with, because, when you look at what Sony did during like the PS4 generation, I think it kind of worked against them going into the PS5 generation, where they invested in a lot of new IP. Some of that new IP worked out, some of it didn't. And the new IP that worked out, people obviously wanted sequels, and Sony was like, we will absolutely do sequels. But I feel like when I look back at the last 5 years, especially when if I focus on Sony-owned studios, I think, it's kind of a disturbing, if not disturbing, a disappointing realization that I think we really only got one new IP. Big Tech, what's going on, man? What the F was the camera? Tarnished has the L's ready to go. Single player oh, well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, we did get some new IP, but yeah, I think when we talk about like new IP from Sony, it's kind of, then that's the thing. Like you mentioned Astrobot or Astro's Playroom. What's tough about that one, Mr. B, is it's technically, and we're getting semantical about it, but if we're being, completely technically correct, well, actually, Astrobot was not a new IP, because there was a Astro's Playroom for the PS4, and there was also an Astro game for PSVR 1. And I just feel like this is important to highlight, because even though I do feel like Astrobot is still kind of like a new IP this generation, because Astrobot really blew up during the PS5 generation and remained mostly irrelevant during the PS4 generation, it kind of feels like a new IP. But if we're talking about like, just from the day the PS5 launched to where we are right now, there has simply been a dearth of new IP from Sony. And I think we know the reason for this. I'm not going to speak on it because we're going to talk about it later. I have another thing on my list here that, these things kind of go hand in hand. But for me, the biggest standout new IP this generation so far has been Returnal. And, I do feel like Returnal itself is not an L. Absolutely not. But that being the only like really standout new IP in 5 years, I think that's kind of an L. And Hellbound, the legend comes in. Wow, this is a bit of a twist. Normally it's Corey who's the first one to drop 5 and get it started, but Hellbound decided he wanted to start it today. So Hellbound, my friend, thank you so much for dropping 5 membership gifts and getting us started. I will play your favorite soundbite. Hellbound, good stuff, man. Really appreciate the support. Thank you for always showing solid support on the channel, bro. I appreciate it. Oh wait, Big Tech, you're asking what was the camera for? Do you mean the accessory that Sony put out at the launch? The PlayStation camera? If that's what you're referring to, I think that was basically just for people who wanted to stream right through their PS5. I don't know if anybody actually chose to do that. I mean, earlier on when I first started streaming, I would stream through the PS4, but eventually that had to change. Yeah, no, Tarnished, I can agree with that. I mean, Returnal I think, is a new IP that has a lot of like people who love it really love it, and people who were there to play it, you know, it's like a little shining beacon during this generation. But I do agree that, like, you know, Returnal is not, it doesn't have the level of exposure, anywhere near the level of exposure, you know, that a lot of other games that Sony owns is getting. All right, boss. Real quick, I'm gonna give stop it. I'm gonna give boss his 10 treats. Like I said, we only do 10 now. He's on a diet. Hellbound, you drop 5 membership gifts. I'm gonna do this in good faith that we will get to that 25 mark. We did yesterday, so let me count them out so he doesn't interfere too much. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There you go, boss. You got 10 treats. That's all you're allowed to have while you're dieting. All right? Got to lose a little bit of weight, bud. Went too hard with the treats. So yes, again, good faith gesture. Boss, just please leave me alone after I give you those treats. You're saying Returnal was great, but just too hard for you. Garrett, what's going on, man? Yeah, there's a new War Bond coming in Helldivers 2. Yeah, so again, my first major L for the PlayStation 5 generation is just a lack of new IP across the board. I think there are many reasons for this that we will get into a little bit later. One of the reasons I can mention now is just how long it takes these games to be developed. You know, I mean, we look at Ghost of Yotei, right? Ghost of Tsushima was a new IP. There's no way, dude. I'm sorry. That's all you're allowed to have. Ghost of Tsushima was a new IP, and you know, it was extremely well received. People loved it, and so Sucker Punch had to make a decision. We either make a sequel, you know, or another Ghost game, and that's probably going to take anywhere between 4 and 6 years, depending. Or we decide now we're going to make a new IP. And I don't think anybody could blame Sucker Punch for making the decision that, well, people really loved Ghost of Tsushima, let's do another Ghost game. You know, just like we got Horizon 2, you know, or Horizon Forbidden West, and so on and so forth. So I think that's one of the major factors. But yeah, that's a tough question to answer, Johnny Gaming. I think I think it would be cool if we got more of a split where half of that new IP from last generation got sequels, and then the other half were like, actually, we're just going to do something new now. But again, I have to kind of reserve the rest of what I'm going to say because there's another major negative here that we're going to cover later on where we're going to go much deeper into this. And it will, you know, that's why I wanted to put the no new IP first. So, yes, that's the first major L. Again, just to recap, the first win is a worthwhile upgrade, felt next gen, DualSense is amazing, better than the PS4 in every way, technically speaking. And then the first major L is not enough new IP. So, we will now move on to the second major W. Big old W. Before we do that, though, please do me a favor and hit that like button. We're sitting at 45 likes. Let's bump that up to 50 if we can. Boss, let's get you out of here, bud. Okay? I'm sorry. It's just not enough space. This is why you're going on a diet. All right, so the second major W, the second thing that Sony got right, in my opinion, and this is really important to me. This was very important to me when the PS5 came out. And I think it's safe to say it was important to a lot of you guys as well, those of you who are here day one. And I know that, like, for some people, they're like, well, maybe this isn't necessarily something you should put at, like, the 5-year mark, but it's important to me because it's what got me there day one, and it set the tone, okay? Sony had a strong launch lineup of exclusive games, even when their competition had nothing. And that, to me, is such a major highlight of the PS5 in general, because again, I think it set the tone where I will never forget how crazy it was to go into launch day for the PS5. Boss, you gotta go. You gotta go. I'm gonna have to escort you out if you're not gonna listen. I'll never forget how crazy it was during launch day of the PS5, how overwhelming it felt. You know, to have Demon Souls, Miles Morales, Sackboy: A Big Adventure, you know, Astro's Playroom, and I'm certain there was another game or two that I'm forgetting, but even just those games alone, it's like, bro, this is enough to last me for a couple months, you know, like this is like that already feels overwhelming. And if we're talking about like a launch lineup, we could throw in Returnal and Ratchet and Clank. These were games that were touted as launch lineup games, which are just as important. Boss, these are not for you. These are for Luna. Come on, you got yours. All right. Hold on, guys. I might have to... Boss is being real bad. I might have to escort him out. I mean, yeah, even when you talk about like the games that Sony was showing off, I mean, literally at like the Future of Gaming event, the September 2020 showcase, I mean, they're showing off games like Horizon Forbidden West, Gran Turismo, Ratchet and Clank. So even though those games weren't literally there day one, they were games that you knew were probably coming in the next 6 months, 6 to 12 months, which, you know, again, a launch lineup, I think, is about a year and 3 months. That's usually the launch window. And it got even crazier when you realized that at this time, and it's, you know, I'm not just throwing Xbox into this conversation for the sake of it. I think it's important because, again, there's a level of tone setting that was going on. I do believe the beginning of a console generation generally sets the tone for better or for worse. And as we know that, like, if you get off to a really bad start, it's going to be really hard to recover. You get off to a good start, you get really good momentum. That momentum can easily snowball. I do believe that it was quite shocking when you saw how strong Sony's lineup was, and they were basically kicking the doors down. You know, we're like, well, this is going to be the strongest launch lineup in PlayStation history, and they were not exaggerating. And then on the other side of that, you know, when you're trying to make a decision, okay, well, if I buy the Xbox, what games do I have access to launch day? And they were like, well, you have Falconeer or something, you know? And, you know, seeing that was kind of shocking. It was kind of shocking where I'm like, okay, well, sheesh, you know, I like, it felt like Sony kind of went overkill mode unnecessarily, but I had a greater appreciation for that because you could tell like they weren't resting on their laurels. Like Sony was like, look, dude, we have no idea what we're going to be going up against. We need to have just an objectively strong launch lineup, not just because the competition might, but because we're going to need that to convince people. And I really appreciated that because I saw how much hype there was for the PS5 going into it. And, you know, the truth is Sony didn't have to have a launch lineup that strong. All Sony probably needed was Demon Souls and Sackboy: Big Adventure, or even just Demon Souls. And the rest would have been like, you know, fine. But they didn't. They didn't do it that way. And I appreciate that so much because that also made it feel special. You know, it made it feel like next gen, where like, of course, Miles Morales was available on PS4 and so was Sackboy: Big Adventure, but then I have Demon Souls. And Demon Souls was a game that I never played before, and I'm like, this is incredible. And booting that game up for the first time and playing it, I'm like, bro, this is it right here, man. And I just remember thinking to myself, like, if this is just the beginning. If the generation is similar to what I'm experiencing now, right, throughout it, like, it's going to be a good time. So for me, I have to give Sony a big W and, you know, say that this is one of the things that they absolutely nailed, which was having a very strong and compelling launch lineup for the PlayStation 5. You know, it could have been the opposite. Could have been a weak lineup. Could have been no lineup. Glad it wasn't either of those things. But now we're going to have to move on to the second L. The second thing that I think Sony kind of got wrong this generation, and I think to a degree they still kind of get wrong. That's another thing I want to talk about here is when I'm going over these things, I'm going to be kind of talking about them, like if it's still occurring, if they corrected it, if we're still worried about it or not. And so the second thing here, and I think that this is another one that I think a lot of PlayStation fans could generally agree with. Like, I don't know how you guys are feeling about my list so far, but the second thing here is fanfare and fan first communication has mostly been sidelined in favor of a more relaxed / professional style of communication. Now, I know for some people this may not be a negative because it's like, well, just let the results speak for themselves. Not everything has to be fan-oriented. But to me, this was something that became more and more noticeable as the generation went on because, seeing how Sony operated during the end of the PS3 and the entirety of the PS4 generation, it kind of felt like a bit of a difficult adjustment. And I think for a lot of people, it kind of felt like, whoa, like what, like Sony, what happened? What are you doing? Like what happened? And oh yeah, got to give a shout out to Bug Snacks as well. Laws, absolutely. How could I miss that? And again, I don't think is going to be an L for everybody, but and for me, I am a content creator that's covered PlayStation as well. So for me, this easily is an L. So like for me, it actually has a more profound effect than the average person playing on PlayStation. But I think that this lack of and what do I mean by like fan-oriented communication? I guess what I mean by this is how like Sony during the end of the PS3 and the entirety of the PS4 generation, they just seemed more personable, right? Like we knew they were a business and we knew that there was a bottom line, but they did a good job and frankly kind of hiding that, right? They did a very good job of allowing the certain executives at Sony, such as Shuhei Yoshida, and even at the time like Adam Boyce and even people like Jack Tretton and Andrew House. I mean, these were people that you got to get a bit of their personality, right? And they just had this very forward-facing, like we're trying to communicate directly to you, like we're talking to you, the fan, not like the casual, not like the person who doesn't really care. Like no, the person who really does care. We're talking right at you, and I feel like Sony this generation has moved not completely away from that, but they moved away from it far enough to where this entire generation, I've seen so many people basically asking Sony to, like, even when we think about things like PlayStation Experience, the idea that something like PlayStation Experience is unthinkable. I think that's a good example of what I'm referring to is back in 2015, 16, 17, 18, Sony was like, what if we put on a show at the end of the year? That was just a massive celebration of all things PlayStation fans. People could come to it, and we'd have a couple of announcements. And I'm like, you look back at it, you're like, hell yeah, that was like we didn't know what we had, right? Like that's amazing. That's such a sick thing for them to do. Where it's like you guys don't have to do this, but you're doing it anyway. Now, granted, I think one of the reasons they had to stop something like that was because they're like, actually, we don't have enough. Like we can't keep doing this every year. But you could tell like there was this idea inside of Sony where it's like let's do something for the fans. Like let's get the fans rallied and excited. And this generation, they have not done that. Simply put, like they just and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that inherently, but they've moved away from that. And I think that was one of the greatest strengths that Sony had at the end of the PS3 going into the PS4 generation. In fact, that was such a strength that it caught my attention as somebody who wasn't even paying attention to PlayStation at that time. We have Gavin Hillick, a member for 31 months. Thank you for that, buddy. He says the lack of IP point is silly. They established multiple new franchises last gen and had their first sequels. Nobody expects this of Microsoft or Nintendo. And that's fair. Gavin, you're like any point that I'm giving here or giving, I think you're free to disagree with completely. I have a point. I'll tell you this, Gavin. I have another point in the W category that I think is going to speak directly to what you just said. So hang tight. All right, hang tight. I mean, in a way, it almost comes off in a way where some of these things might actually cancel each other out when we're going over the W's and the L's. But yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. But yeah, my number 2 L for Sony this generation so far with the PS5 has been, I would say, just a complete deviation from, from the way that they were communicating with the fan base. And I do want to say that, like, I do think this is one of the reasons why some of the conversation for Sony on the internet these days is so negative, because I think something that you're going to realize, just as I have realized, or a lot of you guys probably already feel this way, is that when we are done going over this list, you begin to realize that, some of the negativity that you've seen put towards the PlayStation 5 or just PlayStation as a whole this generation, maybe it's been a little bit overblown. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. And I think that's kind of the realization, is that, like, and you have to ask yourself, like, well, like, how can that be? How can it be that they've done so many things good and right, actually, but yet people still feel so negative? I'm like, dude, it's because they stopped trying to, like, Sony seemingly doesn't really care about the internet discourse surrounding their brand unless it reaches, like, cataclysmic levels. Like, unless it's something that has truly risen to the top where it's like, we cannot ignore this now, we have to do something, they will ignore it until it reaches that point. And unfortunately, I think that has had some, again, their lack of fanfare and fan-first communication, I think this has kind of fed into that. And again, I know I'm kind of slanted with this because I am a content creator as well. And, these things actually do impact me, again, more than the average person. But I've seen plenty of people complaining about this. And yeah, I just thought that was something that was worth kind of noting here as a, I'll put it to you this way. I think one of the reasons why people, when they talk about the PS4 generation, one of the things that they feel so strongly about, even if they don't realize it on a conscious level, is Sony purposely was trying to hype you up. But, like, they were gassing you up, buddy. And me. They were gassing everybody up. All the time. Any chance they got, they were gassing you up. And I think a lot of people don't realize, like, how much of a role that actually played in... Now, and I'm not saying it was smoke and mirrors, because most of it wasn't. There were good reasons for them to gas you up. And they knew that, right? But I think that people just kind of don't realize, like, that actually played such a big part in, when you look back fondly at the end of the PS3 life cycle and the entirety of the PS4 life cycle, you don't realize, like, that played a big role in it, So yeah, that's my second negative. Guys, make sure you're hitting that like button. I'd really appreciate it. All right, we are going to move on to the third thing that I believe, and this will probably not answer, but Gavin, I think you'll appreciate this one. This is the third thing that I think Sony did well this generation. And Gavin, I actually understand exactly where you're coming from, and I think out of everything, potentially, out of everything we talk about throughout all of these different points in these different lists, this might be the single most important one. That if I had to strip away everything, it's like just one thing that defined the PS5 generation. Like, if it was ending tomorrow, what would I say on this list? Just one thing that defines this generation. It would be this one. And the number 3 good thing that I believe Sony did throughout this generation is consistency with their game releases. Okay? Now, I need to emphasize that I'm using the word consistency. That's not me saying perfection. That's not me saying flawless. You know, we have to understand what consistent means. I think everybody here knows what consistent means, what it means to be consistent. And this is like probably the biggest W that I have to give Sony this generation. Because no matter what anybody says, and I've seen this, I've seen people attempt to do this for the last 5 years, and it has been frustrating because it's like I don't know why you're doing this, but okay. People have tried to take away this fact regarding the PS5. They've tried to take away the fact that Sony has been consistent with their game releases, not just here and there. Throughout the entire generation, they've been consistent. To where even if there was a period of time where it's like you got to wait 6 months for their next game, you can rest assured that game will be worth the wait. You are not getting a low-quality, crapped-out game. You're not. You're just not. Now, does that mean that they haven't released low-quality games this gen? I'm not saying that. I'm saying they've been consistent. And that, to me, matters more than anything. Joshua, it's good, man. Yeah, we sorted it out. I'm glad it sounds good. We sorted it out. We figured it out. Sorry, Bob. I tried to do a $5. Forgot my. Oh, you couldn't drop a $5 super chat because you forgot your password. It's all good, man. You give PlayStation to B because they gave us more, and I got 849 games. Damn, dude. Damn. It's a lot of games. But yeah, like, when I think about this generation, again, I think about the launch. Demon Souls, Miles Morales, Sackboy Big Adventure, Astro's Playroom. Boom, 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 boom. You know, it's just like, okay. When I'm finished with those, what's next? Returnal. Boom. When I'm finished with Returnal, what's next? Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. Boom. When I'm finished with that, what's next? Horizon Forbidden West. When I'm finished with that, GT7. When I'm finished with that, God of War Ragnarok. I think there was only one period of time, if memory serves, let me see. Let me double check. May have been in 2023. I got to see if I can find it, though. Hold on. Man, going throughout the whole history here. I mean, you have like things like Destruction All Stars, Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut, Death Stranding Director's Cut. You can count that. I mean, that stuff I was excited for as well. Not Destruction All Stars, but I played the Director's Cuts. So in 2023, I mean, even in 2023, like, look, this is one of those things where it's like, it depends on who you ask if you want to count this. But even at in 2023, you had Final Fantasy 16. Now, again, I'm going to leave that up to you if you want to count that or not. I'm not, like, for me, it counts. The reason it counts for me is because I was excited for that game. And I'm like, okay, an action-based Final Fantasy game, and I was there day one at launch, and I platinumed it. It was awesome. So, again, if you want to disqualify that because Sony didn't develop it and it's not a first-party studio, I can respect that. But I think for anybody who was a PlayStation player where you care about like the games that Sony's saying like, hey, this is one we got for you, for buying the PS5. Every year they've been, you can throw Final Fantasy 16 there, but then they had Spider-Man 2 to close out the year. Every year they're doing MLB The Show if you're interested in that. For PSVR 2, they had Horizon Call of the Mountain. They did have Firewall Ultra, but I think that game was a failure. But then, in 2024, you're looking at Astrobot, Helldivers. They published Rise of the Ronin. For better, for worse, Concord. You're looking at games like Stellar Blade and Until Dawn and my first Gran Turismo, if you're excited for that. But even this year, right? This year, it's like you can tell me that Sony didn't put out a lot of games this year, and I will say you're correct. But what you can't tell me is that they weren't consistent. You can't tell me that because that's just not true. Oh, no, they've been consistent. Death Stranding 2, banger. Ghost of Yotei, banger. Absolute bangers. Some of the best games played all year. Some of the best games released all year. And I'm just saying this to me is so important. This is what brought me to Sony, dude. Like, this is what brought me back to them, where it's like, it's not just, hey, we're offering one game that you might be interested in. It's that we're going to try to be consistent year over year. We've created an expectation. We're going to try our best to live up to that expectation. And if the best way we can live up to it is not by promising quantity, but consistency with quality, that's what they've done. And that to me is the biggest and by far the best thing they've done this generation. And, listen, if you're somebody who looks at all the games that I just mentioned or looks at the last 5 years and you're like, I actually didn't like half of those games, or I didn't care about half of those games, then it's understandable why you would look at this generation and be like, well, this has not been a good gen. Because, yeah, if you remove half those games, it's looking kind of weak at that point, right? Or if you're a PlayStation player coming off of the PS4, PS3, even going back to the PS2 and PS1, and you're like, where are the smaller, sillier Sony games? And they're not there. I can understand why it would still feel disappointing, where it's like, that's an area that Sony's been consistent in that they actually changed going into the PS5 generation. And I think that's fair too. Yeah, I think it's totally fair. But for me, I was not that person. So, these are the games that I expected to get from Sony, mostly. I would say like 85%. I got those games. And those games have been, if you look at my thumbnail, I was choosing which games I wanted to put next to the PS5. And I wanted to put some of the games that mattered the most to me this gen. Or yeah, like if you're somebody who cares about cross-gen, right? Like if a game being cross-gen feels like a disqualifier for you, that's fair too. For me, I didn't really care too much about that. Like I realized, at first I was like, oh my God, it's a bad thing if God of War Ragnarok is on PS4. And then I just realized, wait, actually it doesn't really matter. I was going to buy it on PS5 anyway. So it's like, oh. Garrett's like, you can't remove my experiences, son. I mean, yeah, dude, even stuff like that. So, Silent Hill 2 being a timed exclusive, if I didn't have a PS5, like let's just say I just hung back with the PS4, the day I found out Silent Hill 2 Remake would be a PS5 exclusive, I'm like, well, they just sold another PS5. Stuff like that does matter. And, by that point, I probably would have felt like it's time to upgrade anyway. But I just had to highlight this as what I believe to be a general positive for Sony. Again, you can be in complete disagreement. I'm not trying to strong arm anybody and say, this is what makes the PS5 great, brother. Like, I'm just trying to say that for me, when I'm running down my top 5 things that I think Sony got right this gen, that to me is one of the things they absolutely, if not the most important thing they got right. But with that being said, we have to look at the third thing now that I believe Sony got wrong. And this one might be a little bit divisive. I'm curious. Oh, hold on. We have Josh, I'm going to replay that.
For me, it's the consistency of the first party combined with big third party. People like to pretend that third party doesn't count as a PS5 gaming experience.
Yeah, I can agree with that too, Josh. I didn't put that down on any of my lists, but yeah, I can honestly say that the PS5 would not be my main driver without third party. It couldn't be. Would it be something I played consistently? Yeah. Yeah. I would play the PS5 consistently for the exclusives or for Sony's games. But it is really, like you're saying, that kind of potent combination of every game, pretty much every game that I can think of that I would be interested in playing. It's there. It's there, you know, and it all kind of comes together to create the overall experience. Third party is absolutely massive. So I can agree with that one, Josh. Tarnished, I know you know that. Unfortunately, too many people on the internet, they don't. The subjectivity is not implied. It needs to be explicitly stated.
Since 2021 with great games
aggressively.
altogether. It's not like Sony can release 6 first-party games a year. It's been great.
Yo, Josh says he's been drowning in games since 2021. Yeah, no, I hear you, man. I've fallen behind on a lot of games as well. And a lot of that has to do with third party, right? A lot of it's third party where it's like, bro, I want to play the Sony games. I want to play the third party games. Now we have to deal with Microsoft games coming over. You know, it's just like just when you thought you had too many games to deal with, now Microsoft is like, oh, we're going to start throwing games over here too. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's a good problem to have, you know? Demon's Souls is such a banger. Crazy that Sony missed out on such an incredible opportunity to snatch up From Software. Yeah, that has to be the biggest ball drop of all time. That sounds weird to say, but... Well, formerly Capcom lawyer, I mean, I can understand why anybody thinks Death Stranding's boring, but I think Fizzant's going to be way different. I think Fizzant's basically going to be much more like Metal Gear Solid than Death Stranding. So let me move on to the third negative here. And listen, even though I'm listing this as a negative, I think it's a negative that also came with acceptance. Like where we are now, 5 years into the generation, I think to the chagrin of some PlayStation enthusiasts, I think there is a level of acceptance here. And I think... so there's going to be a bit of a... It's nuanced, okay? Allow me to explain the nuance of this. So my number 3 negative for PlayStation this generation. Now, I was thinking I could have rolled this in to my number 2, but considering how much we have hung on this and waited for this generation, I simply couldn't do it. I didn't have it in me. So my number 3 negative is stated play essentially replacing showcases or a dearth of showcases. This, again, does feed into my second point of a lack of proper fan communication. And Garrett's like, oh, here we go, bro. No, but really, like, I do think this might be, for me, one of the biggest L's of the entire generation. And I say this because we started this generation so strong in 2020 with some strong showcases, man. And there were stated plays. Some of them were better than others. But then really, you know, we got another showcase in 2021, and it was good because of Wolverine and God of War and Spider-Man. And those were great. But the first, 30 minutes of that was not great. And people were like, why am I seeing Deathloop again? And then KOTOR Remake, which I think is just not happening now. But after that, it was just over. You know, 2022, no showcase. 2023, you're going to get a showcase. You're going to wish you didn't. 2024, no showcase. 2025, no showcase. So basically, you know, I feel like a negative this generation has basically been witnessing the death of the PlayStation Showcase. And the reason why I have to highlight this is because, dude, those showcases, again, when you talk about what defined the PS4 generation, you know, even prior PS3 E3s, like what it's Sony showing up with the big guns. Now, there is a caveat here, though. There is a caveat here. Okay? Sony seemingly decided to trade in a once-a-year, show it all at once, blow the roof off the place type of show for a kind of, again, more consistent output where every 3 to 4 months we're going to put on a show that's not a showcase, but it's also not some small little measly nothing. It's going to be strong with third party and second party and indie, but then we're also going to show you 1, maybe 2 very nice or big first party things. And this has not been as bad as I expected it to be. But there is no denying that, and I guess I just have to be honest here, in that so much of this generation has been me begging for a showcase that never happened. You know, the secret, you remember there was the secret showcase, guys? Like, I mean, there's no denying that PlayStation fans wanted to see that return. And it just didn't. And I also, you know, I crushed Sony for that showcase they did in 2023. You know? Hold on one sec. So my son's coming home from school, and I'm saying this because I don't know what this microphone does or does not pick up. So if you hear like background noise or anything, let me know. Like, let me know if you hear it. Let me know if it's a problem, and I have to adjust the gain. Because I'm not wearing headphones, so I don't know what kind of feedback you guys are getting. Okay, so just let me know as we're continuing our conversation. And we have Yaren with a super chat who says, MBG, did you talk about the 64 gigabytes of RAM is now more expensive than a PS5? I think now expect those consoles to shoot up extremely in price. I didn't talk about that. Well, I talked about it briefly at the very beginning. I was basically saying, Yaren, that Sony is good for now. If we hear your son, you have to yell, boy. Boy. Prince, you're enjoying the audio? Good. Excellent. We were talking a little bit about that, Yaren, and for now, Sony seems to be okay. But going into 2026, they might not be. The price of the PS5 may end up going up again. And unfortunately, there's just nothing Sony's going to be able to do about it. They got to be careful, though, man. I'm telling you, Sony's got to be careful. Sony has to really evaluate if they might just have to eat the cost. Because again, unless they're willing to start putting the PlayStation Store in more places and expanding the PlayStation ecosystem outside of the console aggressively, if they're not willing to do that to maintain control over having a more closed ecosystem, then they're going to have to really evaluate whether they might have to go back to their old ways of, eating the cost a little bit, which it's dangerous. It's a dangerous game for them to play, especially now. Things are so volatile. But, yeah, I was thinking that too. If they can hold off from increasing the price until right before GTA 6 launches, they might be able to get away with it and nobody will notice. They might be able to get away with it because nobody will care. Nobody will be like, it doesn't matter. GTA 6 is coming, bro. And it's like, so you guys don't care that the PS5 is $600? And they're like, GTA 6. We need it. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But Yaren, thank you for the super chat, buddy. But yeah, I had to put the lack of proper showcases as a negative. And I know that for a lot of people, this wouldn't be something that they put on a top 5 negatives this gen list. But again, this is where I do try to ask people to keep in mind, like, I am also a YouTuber / content creator that's covered PlayStation. So for me, it's going to be a little bit different. But you guys were here with me. I saw how disappointed people were with that 2023 showcase. And I still see today how we haven't really talked about it much, but come on, guys. I know you want it. just as much as I do. We all want to see Sony come out and be like, tune in to the big PlayStation showcase this summer. This is something that Microsoft still does that I think they do a overall pretty good job with. And it would be cool to see Sony return to that as well. However, I cannot complain about the fact that now, though, I know instead of getting a once-a-year show that's going to pop off, I know that like every 3 to 4 months, Sony's going to ring the bell. And I might walk away with, a handful of games that I saw that I really want to play and one new first party. It's hard to complain about that as well. We need the classic MBG meltdowns coming back. All right. So, I don't want to linger on that one too long. I think the last two. So, obviously, people are wondering, like, bro, MBG, it feels like you're leaving some really obvious negatives off of your list here. Again, hang tight. We're not. Oh, by the way, it's a top 6 for both. I keep calling it a top 5, not realizing that I've actually listed 6 things each. So we're halfway through each list. Okay. All right. So with that being said, we're going to move on to the fourth W, the fourth thing that I think Sony got very right this generation, that I think they deserve a lot of, at least for me. Again, this is just my experience, and I think it probably applies to you guys as well, a lot of you guys. And we have Gavin Hillick with a super chat saying, I don't think your consistency points make this lack of IP point any more reasonable. Even when an IP like Days Gone fails, people still want a sequel. Well, I'm trying to think, yeah, I guess pointing out the lack of new IP point, I feel like the reason why I had to put that on the list is because I think it's real, but I think it is canceled out. Truthfully, I do, Gavin. It's one of these things where I feel like, yes, Sony did not produce a lot of new IP this generation within those 5 years. Are there caveats to that? And I think there absolutely are. There are. And I do have another negative on my list that I think will help explain. So, I guess what I'm trying to say here is that there... hold on. Sorry. What I'm trying to say here is that there really is supposed to be something else attached to this number 1 spot with the lack of new IP. There's something that's supposed to be attached to it, and I wanted to attach it to it, but it felt like by that point I'm basically combining 2 things into one, but it is necessary, so I hate to say it, but it's Gavin, I still got one more thing. All right? And it's a major caveat. It's coming up. I'm sorry. Gavin's bro, how long is this guy going to make me wait? But I do appreciate the super chat, and when I'm done going through all the points, then we'll see. All right. Where am I? Oh, so yeah, so my fourth good thing here that I think Sony did right during the PS5 generation in the last 5 years, and to me this did matter quite a bit, and I think it mattered to a lot of you guys, is I think Sony did an amazing job having a strong variety of accessories, accessory lineups, customization, different options. And in this, I know it sounds funny, but I had to give Sony a special shout out for what they did with the both the 30th anniversary PS5 lineup as well as the PS5 Pro. I do count the PS5 Pro as something it's not an accessory, but it's not necessary either. You don't need a PS5 Pro to have the PS5 experience, but it enhances the experience in the same way that a DualSense Edge or something like that would enhance it. I had to put this here because I noticed this generation Sony went hard in the paint when it comes to this. They're like, we're gonna let you customize your PS5 pretty much as you want. We're gonna let you customize it as much as you want. These damn cats, dude. We're gonna let you choose from a massive lineup of accessories, and even with the what's that controller called that they made? It's the DualSense for people who have like disabilities or struggle to hold regular controllers. I forget the name of it, but even stuff like that, like I feel like Sony really did a fantastic job, and it kept me engaged, like truly, where it's like, hell yeah, like show me what you got. Like I'll take the charging station, I'll take the the Pulse Elite headset, the PlayStation Portal, which I just picked up, all this different stuff. I feel like Sony really went hard with it, and they really wanted to try to, I think, flesh out the overall feeling of, again, investing in this ecosystem and these devices and bringing it all together. And I just think Sony needed to get a little bit of a shout out for that this generation, because when you look at every other PlayStation generation, PS1, 2, 3, 4, they did good, but I think it's safe to say that, like, nowhere near the level of what we're seeing them do with the PS5. They really ramped it up, and it makes me very curious to see what they're going to do with the PS6. Like, for example, I look at all these things that I bought for the PS5. Are they going to be compatible with the PS6? Or is Sony going to be like, nah, sorry, like it's all just PS5? It would feel a little bit strange at this point for them to do that, but I can say that, all these things that they've built around the PS5 experience, it's nice. It's just been nice to have all these different options. And so it's not a huge W, and again, those 30th anniversary, I mean, they went crazy with the 30th anniversary lineup, man. They really went big. So to me, that was a big W. I think that they did great with that, and I hope to see that continue. I think it will, and I hope to see that continue with the PS6 as well. But we now have to move on to, so I'm actually going to switch this up, all right? The fourth thing for the negative, I'm going to make the fifth, and the fifth, I'm going to make the fourth. And this is kind of what I was talking about to Gavin a little bit here that you may or may not agree with. But we have Ray in the chat. By the way, I meant to show you guys this. My wife, she made she made some turkey cupcakes to celebrate Thanksgiving. Oh, gotta be careful. I'm gonna. Oh shit. Oh no. Okay, I'm just gonna put it down now. I meant to show you guys that. She asked me to show you at the beginning of the stream. Yo, Slim's like fire AF, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna eat that when we're done. She did a good job. Those are Reese's pieces, by the way, to look like the feathers. So don't let boss eat it. Don't let boss see it. Yeah, he might try to eat it. That would make him sick. Irfan says, I need some time to get used to the new mic. Is it okay, Irfan? It should sound pretty good. I mean, I don't know if there's further adjustments that I need to make. When this stream is done, I'm gonna listen back to some of it and see. I made as many adjustments as I could yesterday, and I think it sounds good. I think it's where it needs to be, but there may be some further fine-tuning that needs to occur. It's great. It's a bit different than the old one. Yeah. So what I realized about my old mic, by the way, the old mic basically had like a V curve, which makes sense because that microphone it's not cheaper, but it's a much less expensive microphone. It's like $200. It's still good quality, but in order to really get the most out of it, I had to create like a V curve with the EQ setting, or at least when I would click a specific EQ setting, that's what it was doing. And there would be like a lot of stuff. It would make my voice sound a little bit unnatural. Although, if because that's all you guys have been listening to, and that's how you've heard me for the last like 5 to 6 years, to you, that is my natural speaking voice. So what you're hearing now is overall more natural and more true to like if we were talking in a room together, if that makes sense. Because I think with my other mic, it's like I sound like this. Like the bass is so intense. It's like, yeah, the bass is a little bit lower. I could turn it up more. So he says it sounds exactly the same. Well, it's been good so far. So, yeah, it did take me a while to find the right settings for the Yeti. So, perfect image. You think it needs to be lowered? You think it needs to be lowered? We'll just keep it as it is for now. Maybe I'll change it tomorrow a little bit. You guys can tell me. I don't know. I don't want to like, spend too much time on it though, because I spent way too much time yesterday on it. All right, so let me move on to the fourth negative here for PlayStation. Okay, and this is going to speak to what Gavin was saying. So not just Gavin, but I think other people are in slight disagreement or complete disagreement, depending on who you ask, regarding, regarding like my point about a lack of new IP. Like how could Sony do that when they're making sequels, like and doing all these different games that are follow-ups and whatnot. So here is my negative. And this is a big one. This might be the biggest one of the generation. So the negative is Sony deciding to not just pursue live service, but go all in with live service and studio mismanagement. Like, that's what led to studio mismanagement. Schmidt, you're saying the mic is perfect? Thanks. This to me is so important to highlight, and I do think this goes hand in hand with there not being enough new IP. Because there's two problems here. Well, I mean, there's a lot of problems, but the two main problems. Number one, them choosing to go all in with live service by itself is a massive risk. Number two, there's an argument to be made. So, yeah, basically, Jim Ryan, there's an argument to be made. Exactly, Garrett. Exactly. It's like, well, Sony didn't not make new IP. They just made new live service IP, some of which just ended up straight up getting canceled. Right? Some, like, half of it people didn't ask for, the other half just gets canceled. So it's this unfortunate reality where it's like, yes, it is true that, well, how can Guerrilla make a new IP if they're making Horizon 2? How can Santa Monica make a new IP if they're making Ragnarok? How can Insomniac make a new IP if they're making Spider-Man 2 and Wolverine? It's totally fair. But then you look at all these other studios and you're like, oh, well, hold on. Sony's got more studios than ever before. They got more games in development than ever before. And it's like, oh, like, remember when we found out about Sony Bend? Sony Bend was like, we're making a new IP. And it's like, let's go. Okay, it sucks that it's not Days Gone 2, but let's go. New IP from Bend. And then we find out it's like, well, it's also going to be a live service. And it's like, okay, maybe let's go. I guess we'll see. And they're like, well, actually, now it's canceled. And then you look at Bluepoint, and we hear Bluepoint's making, what did they say? Bluepoint says we're making original content. And we're like, maybe that could be a new IP. Sounds like it could be a new IP. Find out it's a God of War live service that gets canceled. Oh, Concord? What could that be? It's best you don't find out, son. It's like, that's a new IP, and you're going to wish it wasn't. You're going to wish it wasn't. You're saying further to my point that sequels are better than trying to create a load of new franchises from scratch. Well, I have... Gavin's going to kill me. I have one more later on, Gavin, that actually solidifies that further. And then you got Haven. Oh, Haven, new studio, bro. What are they cooking over there? New IP. They're making a new IP, and it's Fair Games. I mean, it's Sony. I guess what I'm trying to say is like Sony had a lot of money to invest, and they could have invested that money into saying, listen, one of the things that worked, and I think this is where Jim Ryan lost the plot. I think Jim Ryan did a lot of good, but I think he did a lot of bad. But I think the worst thing Jim Ryan did was he lost the plot, dude. And the plot that I believe he lost was, and it's hard to blame him because he's looking at the charts, he's looking at the numbers, and the numbers clearly tell him where he needs to go. But that's where I feel like he got too far away from, like, not realizing, like, Jim, listen, the reason the PS4 generation went so well was because you made a bunch of new IP, basically. You gave your AAA single-player studios a bunch of time and money to make new IP. They made it very high quality, you know? Perfect Image, you're saying the bass is still a little high on a higher volume. I wonder if it's because I'm talking so close to the mic. But you know, the whole thing is like those IPs succeed. And so, okay, well, what happens now? We make sequels. Those studios make sequels to those IP, obviously. I think the critical mistake, and this is by far the biggest mistake that Sony, this is where they went wrong. It wasn't them wanting to do live service. It was them not realizing that for as much as you want to do live service, a much wiser investment would be double down on those, on single player studios where like, okay, maybe you can't spread all your studios so thin to where it's like, we want you to make sequels and new IP. Maybe you grow those studios. Maybe you grow those studios to let them have second teams if they want. If they don't want to do that, then you start shopping around. Start shopping around for high quality studios or studios you can build from the ground up that you can infuse money into and allow them to kickstart a new IP where it's like, hey, not only do we have our God of War Ragnarok and our Horizon Forbidden West and our Spider-Man 2, but we got Studio X, Y, and Z, brand new studios that are now also being tasked with making new single-player IP that will hopefully become established franchises in the future, right? That should have been split between, okay, like half of our money goes to that and the other half goes to live service. Because if the live service thing blows up, which it did, we still have these other, like imagine if we had like 3 or 4 different studios, whether they, you know, be studios Sony acquired or built from the ground up that we're working away right now, beavering away on new single player IP. I'm not talking like Insomniac. I'm not talking Santa Monica. I'm not talking Naughty Dog. I'm talking like new studios. That would have cost a lot of money and there would have been a lot of risk, but I have one more point. I have one more number here, 2 more, but the next negative is going to really, I think, highlight what I mean here. So yeah, I do think that the absolute biggest miss that Sony had this generation, and I think, you know, it's obvious. We look at things like Concord. We look at the cancellation of The Last of Us Online and how much time was spent on that. We look at the cancellation of Sony Ben's live service new IP, the cancellation of Blue Point's game. We look at something like Fair Games and we just shake our heads, you know, and wonder what the future of that is and that studio. We look at even still now things like Team LFG and wonder what's that going to look like. And there's just this realization that Sony went way, way, way off the deep end when it comes to live service. And I do believe that was Jim Ryan's fault. I think Jim Ryan was way too bullish. He always came off that way to me, where he was aggressive. I think that can be good. I think that's what helped him with the PS5 and making it successful. But he took that bullishness and applied it to the live service. And it's like, I don't know, man. I think you're in over your head here. And I think that's been proven true, unfortunately. We have Wabu Dude with a $5 chat. Well, yeah, actually, it's a part 1 and 2. He's got a 2-parter here, and he says, I get that Sony wanted to get live service money, but like you said, they kind of lost their identity in the Jim Ryan era. Stick to what made PlayStation successful, single-player games with amazing stories and characters. I really hope we get back to that moving forward. And we're going to talk about that, Wobbly Dude. I have another thing on my list here that will speak directly to what you're saying. And, I think for a lot of people, unfortunately, I think a lot of people fail to see something with this that I think a lot of you guys here do. But more broadly speaking, I think a lot of people, they choose to kind of ignore certain things. It's hard. See, it's hard like going in order because all these things bleed into one another. But actually, this is going to flow perfectly because, Wabadude, you allow me to segue perfectly into my number 5 W for Sony. And I think Gavin will appreciate this one as well. The number 5 thing, again, I only have 6 things in total for both lists. The 5th thing that I think Sony did very well this generation, and this is also just as critical, probably, as my number 3 that I mentioned earlier. Commitment to single-player games. That right there encapsulates what so many people are missing. Because like Wabudu, the thing is, I understand what you're saying. You're saying you want to see Sony kind of focus on that once again. They never lost focus of single player. They never... The ultimate fear, I think, for PlayStation fans was, so you're going to stop making single player games. Right? I remember. And it's fair, because Jim Ryan was like, we're making 12 live service games. Prepare yourself, and people are like, oh, well, that's it. We're not getting any more single player. Herman Hulst comes out and reassures everybody, no, don't worry. Like, we're still going to have our single player games. And he didn't lie. He didn't lie. Could it have been better? Yes. Yes. And I think that's the unfortunate reality that the PS5 generation... the PS5 generation will be the epitome of we could have had it all. Because, yes, we're getting Wolverine. We're getting Saros. We just got Ghost of Yotei. We just got Death Stranding 2. We got God of War Ragnarok. We got Gran Turismo. Well, Gran Turismo is a multiplayer game too, but we got Demon's Souls. We got Ratchet & Clank. We got Horizon Forbidden West. We got all these games. We got Astrobot. We got all these single-player games throughout this generation, and Returnal. Like, the truth is, like, Sony didn't lie. They said, we're going to keep making the single-player experiences that you've come to expect. And they've been, again, that goes hand in hand with their consistency. I just think what people end up doing, unfortunately, when they're evaluating the PlayStation 5 generation, I'm not saying everybody does this, but I've certainly seen a lot of people do it, is they take those games for granted. And I think the reason they take them for granted is because they have a different expectation. And that expectation falls back onto what I just said about the negative, the 4th negative I gave you. The 4th negative and the 5th positive go hand in hand perfectly, because it's like the expectation that people had is, well, like Sony, like, yeah, I knew I was going to get a sequel to Horizon, but I was also kind of hoping like there would be something else to stand next to it, like another new single player game from somebody, whether that be a new studio or not. And the reality is, well, no, like Guerrilla wants to make a multiplayer game too. Guerrilla's a massive team that could easily make 2 single-player games at once. But Guerrilla was like, we want to make Horizon 3 and a Horizon multiplayer. And Sony was like, okay, sure. We want a live service too. And I think that's the expectation that's been kind of shaken with a lot of PlayStation fans, where it's like, oh. Like I thought maybe we could get like another Killzone or something. It's like, no, you're not getting another Killzone. You're going to get a Horizon multiplayer game. Maybe 2, if you're lucky. And there is an argument to be made that maybe the smart thing. So we don't know how this Horizon multiplayer game is going to turn out, but let's just say it flops. I'm not saying it will, and I'm not saying I hope it does, but let's just hypothetically say it flops. That's going to be bad. Like real bad. Because it's like, bro, you decided to make a multiplayer live service game that you've been working on since 2018. You could have made literally 2 single-player games in that time. I really, really hope you made a good Horizon multiplayer game, and this wasn't just a colossal waste of time, money, and resource. Because I do not want these games that Sony's making to fail, these live service games. Because I can appreciate live service games. I can certainly appreciate... I want to see Sony do multiplayer. I do. I just want to see them do it right, though. And I want to, and I am selfish in a sense. It's like, I want them to make multiplayer games that speak to me. I want to see them make single-player games that speak to me. I want to see them make multiplayer games that speak to me. And I just feel like, yeah, there is a part of me that would naturally feel much more excited if Sony was like, or Guerrilla was like, hey, we're working on Horizon 3. We also have another single-player game we're working on. A new IP. And we're going to talk about that later on. Like that would be super exciting to me. Simply because it's like, yeah, I'm open to your Horizon multiplayer game, but I'm afraid I'm going to be mega disappointed. I'm afraid that it's going to feel like too much Horizon, and I'm afraid that it's just not going to be for me. And so there's just going to be this giant gap where it's like, this is one of Sony's biggest and best studios that could be pumping. I mean, that's where I'll give Naughty Dog credit, right? Where even though I wanted so badly a Last of Us multiplayer, Titus, what's going on, man? I just saw you came in. Even though I wanted so badly a Last of Us multiplayer, and I wanted that live service Last of Us, and it was really difficult for me to see them cancel that. They're like, but don't worry, we're working on like 2 single-player games instead. One of them is a new IP, and the other may or may not be a new IP. And they come out and they say, we want to be an IP powerhouse. And I'm like, all right. Like, I cannot argue with that. Like, Naughty Dog is literally saying they're doing the thing that I've requested. I almost wish I could get it all. I wish I could have it all, like give me the live service Last of Us and give me 2 new single player games. But I know that that's not realistic for any studio. Perfect Image, that's awesome, dude. Yeah, and then Naughty Dog didn't want to be a live service studio, and I'm like, that's fair. I totally get it. It makes me hope that they do a multiplayer experience in the future, a closed one, a limited one. But this ultimately is like, the truth is Sony did not let us down in the area that mattered most. I'm sorry, but I do not agree with people when they say like Sony did not have games this generation. And when they say that, they're talking about the single player games. It's like, I do not agree. You can tell me Death Stranding 2 is a piece of trash in your opinion. That doesn't mean it's not a game. That doesn't mean it's not real, and that doesn't mean it's not critically acclaimed and well made and people are loving it. Like, that doesn't mean it doesn't mean something to me. And I've dealt with this for most of the generation, and it's hard not to get a little bit defensive. And that's why I'm saying, like, I actually kind of share a similar feeling with Gavin, with what he said earlier, because it's like, while I will acknowledge that there's been a lack of new IP, like, there's been too much distortion, too much twisting of, like, a lack of new IP means no games. Like, wrong. That's not what that means. A lack of new IP means no single-player games. Also wrong. That's not what that means. A lack of new IP just simply means a lack of new IP. And when you look at the sales data, and I only refer to this when I have to make a point where it's like, well, who cares about Horizon? It's like, bro, it just hit the 40 million mark. I don't know what to tell you. I say this as somebody where that's far from my favorite franchise. I don't know what to tell you. It's like, well, maybe Sony should really have Guerrilla work on something new. It's like, so you want Sony to walk up to, like, imagine how that meeting will go. Herman Hulst walks into, it wouldn't be Herman. Hiroki Totoki goes up to Herman and says, Herman, I know you love Horizon. And I know it's your baby. And I know you come from that studio. But I really think it's time we get Guerrilla working on something new. Herman Hulst is going to pull up the data, bro, and be like, Mr. Totoki, sir, respectfully, we just crossed the 40 million mark. It's one of our fastest selling franchises ever. Mr. Totoki is going to say, oh, well, carry on then. That's what he's going to do. Because it's like, yeah, dude, like, who would... If you're trying to grow your franchises and you're trying to get the most out of them, like, the numbers don't lie, man. Like, that data tells you, like, people do like her. So what I'm trying to say is, the only way you're going to get Guerrilla to stop working on Horizon is if you stop buying Horizon. Not just you, but many other people. Millions of people saying, I'm going to pass this time. And maybe that will happen. But until that day comes, as long as the developers like working on it, they're going to keep working on it. So this is why I will say that there is a mass confusion or misunderstanding, or seemingly either that or people are just trolling, where all of these things can be true at one time, and they are true. Sony has put out high quality games this generation. Sony has been consistent this generation with their single player releases. Sony has put out mostly sequels this generation. Sony has not had a lot of new IP this generation. Sony's new IP was filed under live service, half of which were canceled, half are remain to be seen. Sony should have invested more heavily in new single-player studios and not purely live service studios. All of those things are true at one time. They just are. Not because I want them to be, but because they are, literally. Those are the facts that define this generation in terms of game output for Sony and studio management. And Sony has mismanaged some of their best studios, or studios with the most potential. They've done that too. So all of these things are true, and I think it's just a matter of, like, if we're having a fair and honest assessment, even though I can walk away and say, I love this generation, dude, I am very happy with the outcome so far. And I'm certainly looking forward to next year. I'm a happy gamer, bro. Mostly, right? Doesn't mean that there aren't things that I look at and I'm like, Sony, bro. Like, what? Really? Are you serious? Again, these things can both be true at the same time. I just feel like when you're on the internet, it seems like in the internet, it's always it's black and white, bro. It's got to be one or the other. Henry 3K, a member for 31 months. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, I will not tolerate Horizon hate. I'm all in on Horizon. People need to realize the successful games will be built upon and have sequels. And you shouldn't tolerate it. Just speak with your wallet, man. I think some of the Horizon hate is... I'll put it to you this way. I think people are confused. I think a lot of people are confused. I think it's not that people hate Horizon. It's not that people hate Horizon. It's not that they don't want Horizon. I think it's just that there are certain aspects of Horizon that they believe can be done better or be changed or altered, and there's like certain directions that maybe Guerrilla can go in with that franchise that they would like a lot better. And I think that's what it is. Like, I'll tell you what, imagine a first-person shooter in the Horizon universe set before the, like as the swarm was taking over the planet and shit, I'm just saying, like, the possibilities in the Horizon universe run pretty deep. And that wouldn't even feel like a Horizon game. But people would be like, that actually might be a Horizon game I definitely want to play. Rich, why are you saying your ears, bro? So we're going to get 3 Stellar Blades. MBG, do you think day and date on PC will be a death sentence? No, I don't think it'll be a death sentence in what regard? You mean like for the console? Irfan, you're saying new IP is very risky these days, these kind of budgets in this economy. Like, you can lose literally billions with a very small step toward that. Sony knows it full well. Every company knows. Well, thank you, Irfan. This leads me to my 5th negative. And I'm going to rip and tear into Sony for this one, because this, make no mistake, I know when we covered the 4th one, it's like that's definitely the biggest one, right? Them wanting to go all in on live service. No. Some of you are probably going to be able to guess my biggest one. This is the biggest one. This is the one that if I was able to undo one thing this generation, one singular thing this generation for Sony, it would be this. And I'm not sure how surprising some of you are going to find this, but it's not Concord, believe it or not. Beast mode, I'm glad, bro. I'm glad. And Inferno, you're saying just in general. No, I don't think Sony doing day and date on PC would be a death sentence for them, for PlayStation. It would not be a death sentence. I think there's risk associated with they have a grip on a closed ecosystem. And the idea is Sony wants to maintain their grip on that closed ecosystem for as long as they can without risking eroding it. Because the thing is, once it starts to erode, it can go downhill fast. Like, once they lose their grip, they're going to lose it quick. And that's the risk. So Sony definitely wants to loosen up in areas where they can, where it makes sense in the prospect of we can go further and grow more, but we cannot have it come at the detriment of losing what we have with our closed ecosystem. And that's why I think it's one of the reasons why I'm so open to Sony not making some kind of major announcement where we're going day and date on PC with all our games. I'm not saying they need to do that, but I want to see them experiment. I do, because I'm so curious of the outcome, man. Like, I want to see Sony be like, we're just putting Wolverine Day 1 on PC. And like, I want to know if after that it's like, holy shit, no one's buying our console. You know, like, I want to know if it hurts them severely, or if it's like, actually, we barely noticed a difference. We got more sales, which is good, but it didn't impact the console negatively. Like, we're still doing just better, or just as fine, or even better. I would be so curious, because people are playing on PlayStation for one of 2 reasons. A, because they're forced, or B, because they want to. And the only question that matters in regards to them putting games on PC and like putting their games in other places, generally speaking, is what's that ratio look like? If you have 100 million players, how many millions are just forced because they have no choice, because you leveraged a game against them, versus how many are like they actually just want to be here? That's the $1 billion question that if you had an answer and I had an answer, it'd be worth a lot of money. That answer would be worth a lot of money, but we don't. That's one of those things where nobody knows the answer. The only way you can get that answer is by making a change, by experimenting. But there's risk with that experimentation as well. So, I mean, don't forget, guys, Sony put one of their own games, Helldivers 2, on Xbox. Did it change anything? I'm just saying. I think people overlook that. They're like, bro, they went out of their way to have one of their support teams optimize and port a game, a Sony-owned PlayStation exclusive IP, to Xbox. And everything's fine. You know, like, they literally said in their earnings, they're like, yeah, we made more money on that. That helped our sales. It's just kind of funny.
Want you guys to know, members' stream wasn't a mic tweaking stream. It was MBG telling us only the real ones made it to the stream and G'd have GP stream.
And the GTA 5 GP streamed. Okay. RichRod, not again, man. Not again. We have Hunter Eats Hunter with a $5 super chat saying, we need a new Sly, Jack, Twisted Metal, Motorstorm, Infamous Resistance, and Killzone. They're old enough to be considered nostalgic. They would sell. the problem with that Hunter eats Hunter, and I'll get into my fifth negative here for the PS5, but just to answer this question, Ray, just so you know, to answer your question real quick, Ray, I did not yesterday's stream, but the Sunday stream. When you're done here, if you want more content on my Sunday stream, it's timestamped. I spent like an hour or more, almost like an hour and a half, talking about my experience with the Portal. So I'd recommend checking that out. But Hunter eats Hunter, you're listing all of these IP. Oh, like today? No, I haven't talked about it today or yesterday. I used it a little bit. I'll tell you right now, Ray, I used it a little bit more last night. I wanted to go chill in the living room, and I was playing Dying Light the Beast. I moved my router, by the way. I moved it a little bit. And it's improved my connection, so I had a better experience. And I was just chilling on the sofa. Mrs. MBG was playing the PS5 in the living room, and we were just hanging out. I was playing Dying Light, so it was a good time. I like it. And I'm gonna take it out for the first time this Thursday. I'm going over my in-laws for Thanksgiving dinner, and we're gonna be hanging out. And I think at some point after dinner, when we're just chilling, I'm gonna give it a spin. I have no idea I don't know what their internet's like, so we'll see. I'll let you know. But Hunter eats Hunter, you're not going to see Sony come back to most of these franchises because you're saying they would sell, but I need you to see what's difficult for people to realize, like a lot of PlayStation fans who love these, like, are there fans of these franchises? Are there Twisted Metal fans, Sly Cooper fans, Motorstorm fans, Infamous fans, Resistance fans, Killzone fans? Yes, there are. Not many of these franchises really sold that well, right? Some of them sold modestly well, but none of them none of them hold a candle to the numbers that most of Sony's modern day franchises are doing. For example, none of those games come anywhere close to Horizon. That's what makes it funny. Is people like you think people hate Horizon until you realize like actually Horizon,
like a dragon fruit smelling prissy pat sucka, hype on the mic but soft in the fight. Your games ain't built for real clout, brother.
Guys, we almost did it. We almost got through the entire list before RichRod came in. Rich, thank you. I appreciate it. Rich, membership tariff. Membership tax, in effect. He just dropped 2 direct donations. That's going to be 10 memberships, bro. Somebody can cover you. That's fine. I think Sony should try to do some stuff with some of this IP, but they have to do it where it makes sense. I think people don't realize, like, the reason you don't see Sly Cooper is because Sucker Punch doesn't want to make Sly Cooper. And from that point, Sony has to then be like, okay, well, we want Sly Cooper, so we're going to try to find somebody else to make it. And then at that point, it becomes kind of risky because it's like, well, is it worth it? Like, how do we find the right team to make it? Is it worth that investment? How are people going to feel that it's not Sucker Punch returning to Sly, but somebody else? And it becomes complicated because at that point, the only other option is Sony forces Sucker Punch to make Sly Cooper, and then they lose half their team because they're like, yeah, we're out. We're not making Sly Cooper. It's a tough thing, It's a tough thing. Yes, Sony's going to get bitched out by their own studio. I mean, it's a balancing act, I think, on Sony's part. And I think, again, if there's a team where it's like, hey, we really want to make Infamous, then give them Infamous. I think an Infamous game today probably could sell. A Killzone, I don't know. I don't know if a Killzone would sell. Because the problem with a Killzone is it would have to be made as a live service. It would have to. And if you try to make a Killzone live service, then how are you going to compete with all the other FPS live service games out there? Which development team do you have that has the level of competence to make a first-person shooter live service game? Your natural answer is going to be Guerrilla. It's like, what do you mean? Dude, most of the people who made Killzone are gone. Everybody who's here now, their experiences with making action, adventure, open world games. Oh, well, yeah, but we're going to talk about Bungie. But Sony can't do shit with Bungie, as far as I'm aware. Like, dude, I don't think Sony, maybe they can. I don't know if enough time has passed, but I don't think Sony can just walk into Bungie and say, you're doing this. I don't know if Sony's been given that power yet. Maybe they have. But even then, it's like, well, they got to finish Marathon first. Maybe at some point, Sony will manhandle Bungie that way. And they should. They should. They should be like, Bungie, you are making a live service Killzone. And if you want to leave and you don't want to work on it, then you can leave. But that's what you're doing. You're the Killzone team now. Or, hell, we'll just give you we're just going to give you The Last of Us multiplayer. You guys finish it up. But that leads me to the fifth thing that I think, and this is the biggest thing that Sony messed up this generation, and it's just simply Bungie. Bungie. If there was only one thing I could go back and prevent, specifically for PlayStation this generation, right? It's like you can only undo one thing. It would literally be the Bungie acquisition. Not Concord. Not even Concord, bro. I think Concord has a silver lining. The silver lining of Concord is, see, Sony, you're not untouchable. And sometimes you don't know what the hell you're doing. And sometimes you need to be humbled. That's the silver lining of Concord. Bungie is just pure, unadulterated, unfiltered stupidity. That's what it is. Because I say this because of how much it cost. If Sony paid like $1 billion for Bungie, it wouldn't feel as bad. It'd still be bad, but it's like, okay, I guess that's fine and reasonable. Did he, Capcom lawyer? Oh, what's it in regards to, though? I haven't heard any news on Bungie recently, other than like they're going to be doing a playtest or something. Maybe I'll have to look into that. I don't know. I don't really watch his videos anymore, but maybe it's worth looking into. Bungie, I don't even know where to begin. Hold on. You know what? I'm going to let my actions speak for how I feel about Bungie. And that's it. Dude, I was going to go in the other room and scream real loud, but I'm like, I don't know if that's a good idea. I was actually going to do that, but then I'm like, you know what? I'll just let me walking out of the room, let that be it. Watch the new Legendary Drops video. Josh Z with a $5 super chat. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, Sony is not Nintendo. They do not have a secondary tier of IP they return to every so often. They squeeze the juice until nothing is left and move on. That's true. And some people like that. Some people actually do like that, but you are right, Josh, that like there's also a lot of dead I mean, I don't know what else to call it, like dormant IP that may never not be dormant, Like there's a lot. Like I would love to see Sony do something with SOCOM. I don't know how they make that happen. That's not my job. I'm not Herman Holst. But I would love to see it. I would love to see them try something with something like SOCOM or Killzone. But I try to be understanding in that, like, I know if they tried to, That's what I have to say. If they tried to do something with SOCOM, it's like it's got to be a live service. It's like, I get that. I hate that to a degree. I mean, I can love that, but that's so risky. Who's going to do that? What are the chances of success there? I don't know. Like they would have to operate on a scale that, like, when you look at Battlefield 6, their mission was, we're going to take on Call of Duty. How do we do that? We need to take a bunch of teams that were actually working on single player games. They got to be Battlefield teams now. Okay. That's really risky. It is. But if we pull it off, look at where they are now. It's all justified. Where it's like Battlefield 6 is, I don't know if I'm not saying it's taking over Call of Duty, but it did its job. And so when people were getting a little bit worried and upset that EA was like converting studios that were working on things like Dead Space Remake and some of the Star Wars games, and they're like, no, you're gonna, or racing games or whatever, and they're like, no, you're gonna be a Battlefield studio now. It's like, what the hell, dude? But then it's like, oh, and there's Battlefield 6, and it kind of won, right? It kind of won. So it's like, well, I don't know that I want to see Sony do that in the name of seeing SOCOM be the next big live service game. You got to be careful what you wish for. Now, when it comes to like the single player games, it's a little bit different. I think Sony probably is at a point where they'd be willing to work with like certain like teams as a second party relationship. But it's like, hey, Naughty Dog, you want to make Jak and Daxter? They're like, no. Who do you give Jak and Daxter to at that point? To be honest, I think Sony is probably more willing to work with some of these IP. It's just they don't know who to work with. I mean, they gave Sackboy to what was that? What was that team? I don't remember the name. All I'm saying is that Media Molecule didn't make Sackboy a big adventure, and it was pretty good. People liked it. It was a second-party relationship. MBG, even the Bungie acquisition was a boneheaded move, even without hindsight. There's no way you can get a studio that big to have any sort of congruency within another corporation like Sony. Sorry. No, yeah, I mean, Sumo. Thank you, Irfan. And formerly Capcom lawyer says, Herman Holst would greenlight an all-female SOCOM. Dude, oh my God, an all-female. Do it, Herman. Please, God, I would love to see that. You know what's so funny about that Capcom lawyer? It sounds, now I know that's bait, but that sounds like it would be bad, but the only determining factor in if people would love it or hate it is, are the females hot or not? If they're hot and over-sexualized, people are going to love it. SOCOM's back, baby. If they're like, well, they just look either normal or not conventionally attractive, it's over. Next Concord. I mean, I'm not saying it's fair. Yeah, that'd be wild. The Bungie situation was so bad, man, and still is. Like, here's what disturbs me the most about Bungie and Sony buying them. They paid $3.6 billion. And the reason why they overpaid that much is because they paid pretty much double in incentives. So basically, like, if you don't leave the company because we need you, or we think we need you, you're the talent we need, you'll get major bonuses and payouts the longer you stay. You know, when you hit certain milestones or you know, if you're there for X amount of years. And what made this so cataclysmically bad, and just, I mean, truly, like, holy shit, this was like the worst purchase, like the worst purchase you could, like, this Bungie's purchase was immensely worse than Firewalk, and Firewalk got fucking shut down like they never existed. That's how bad it is. Where somehow a studio being bought and shut down is not as bad as buying Bungie. And it's because of that. It's because Sony really thought, like, we need these guys. We need them. We can't do it without them. And the thing is, they didn't just, it's like, that's a fine mentality to have because it's understandable. But it's like, okay, so how much are you paying? It's like $3.6 billion. It's like, oh, how much? $3.5 billion. And $1.5 billion is going towards retention bonuses. And so it's like, okay, so these guys are going to be your superstars then, is what you're telling me. Apparently, that's what they thought. And it's like, it's like finding out, it's like walking in the studio and it's like a bunch of monkeys trying to put a fire out or something. You know? Like, it's just like, bro, what are we doing? Now, this is why, dude, maybe that analogy was a bit brutal, but it feels like that, man. It feels like Bungie has no fucking clue. Like it makes me, how did Bungie make it this far? How did they make it this far? Where even Sony's probably like, what the fuck? Like, who are you people? Like, we thought, how are you? How? You made Halo? Like, you made Destiny? And now, even Destiny 2 is dying. And Sony had to just inform their shareholders, like, okay, guys, like, we're like, now we're losing money. Thanks to Bungie. And I'm not saying Destiny's, and that's the thing, I don't know what happened with Destiny. Yeah, I mean, different people, they turn over the years. It just bothers me so much how much they spent on it, because you know that Sony, one of the things we knew about Sony this generation, and this is what this is a difficult pill to swallow if you are a PlayStation fan, especially if you're a PlayStation fan that was there during the PS4 era and the PS3 era, like hype. What's difficult about it is that all of the extra profit that Sony made during the PS4 generation from that immense success, PS4, the most successful, most profitable generation for Sony ever, they did what was supposed to be a smart thing. And they're like, we're going to take a bunch of this money, like billions of dollars, probably like 6 or 7. I forget what the number was, or maybe even like 8. We're going to take a bunch of billions of dollars and we're going to reinvest it into our gaming sector. So that way we can make it even more profitable over the next 10 years. And that inherently is a great idea. Absolutely. Reinvest. You got to spend money to make money. You want to make more money, you got to spend more money. Right? It's just hard to believe that almost probably half of that money that they were allocated went to Bungie, man. Where it's like, okay, imagine this situation. Just cut out Bungie, and Sony bought Firewalk, they bought Haven, they bought Housemarque, they bought Bluepoint. They greenlit a bunch of live service games that they lost a bunch of money on that get canceled. All that happens, and you still have $3.6 billion left to spend, and that $3.6 billion goes into literally building new studios. If not building new studios, seeking out single-player studios outside of Housemarque and Bluepoint that have potential or that are looking to potentially be acquired, right? Do anything in the single-player space with that $3.6 billion. Anything in the single-player space. Literally almost anything you can imagine Sony doing with that $3.6 billion is better than what they did. That's the shocking part. That's the shocking part. That's the part that's so difficult to fathom, because even now, guys, like, I don't know when this nightmare is going to be over, but even now, it's like seeing how Bungie is terrified. Bungie is like, their cage is so rattled that they're afraid to even show Marathon again. And I was thinking about that yesterday for a little bit. I'm like, bro, they went out of their way to build up this hype, this full-blown Marathon reveal. They had dev documentaries. They had the whole 9 yards, and it just fell totally flat. Completely flat. Like, complete failure. And it's like, holy shit, bro. You guys are fucking cooked. And Sony, I think that's where Sony, like, and Sony is coming off of Concord, so Sony is even more shook. They're like, dude, Herman is literally shitting bricks, man, where he's like, what the fuck is happening? And Sony's so scared. They're like, Bungie, do what it takes. Fix it, Bungie. Fix it now. We don't care how long it takes. Fix it. But I think we're realizing, like, I don't think this can be fixed, dude. You know, it's not a, like, we're at a point where, like, even if they announced Destiny 3, I don't think that would work because they showed their hand. They said, we didn't make Destiny 3 because we don't know what to do. We've extracted everything we can out of Destiny. Now they're fighting to try to keep people playing Destiny 2, and they're talking about bringing stuff back that they got rid of after they moved on from Destiny 1 as a means to bring people back, which is like, okay, I get that. Maybe that'll work, but it's like, what happened? Like, what are you guys doing? And then we heard reports from Bungie that some of the team wanted to do more single-player oriented stuff, but the higher-ups were like, no, live service only. And I'm just like, dude, Jim Ryan and Sony, they didn't even look into these guys. They didn't even look into them. They didn't do any, they just took their word. And they took a chance, and they did it because they were scared of the Activision acquisition. And that's just the truth, man. If the Activision acquisition never happened, that wouldn't have happened nearly as quickly as it did. Sony probably would have done a lot more digging, a lot more due diligence, and they would have realized very quickly, like, do not buy these guys. No. Formerly Capcom lawyers saying, seeing you talked about Valve and them releasing games on the console yesterday, Gabe was on stage at Sony's E3 2010 to reveal Portal 2 for it. A history there. I had no idea about that. That's crazy to me. So, well, like, what? I would like to do some research into that, or maybe you can answer it for me. Like, why did he do that? Like, I guess I'm like saying, like, did Sony reach out to Gabe or Valve and be like, hey, we want to get Portal 2 on here? Or was it like they were just like, we should just put this thing on PlayStation because it would probably sell? I'm just curious about this because if there is a history there and there is some kind of precedence, when we talk about the possibility of like a Half-Life 3 or even one day maybe, if I dare to dream, a Left 4 Dead 3, because you're saying because it's a game they want to sell. That's interesting to me. That's real. So do you think they still feel that way in 2025? Like if Half-Life 3 was revealed, do you think they'd be like, we'd love to show this off, like announce a PS5 port? Or do you think they'd be like, I don't know, man, we kind of have our own thing going on now. We're not worried about Sony. We think this game will sell just fine on PC. I don't know. E3 2010 reaction stream. Dude, I should at some point. I don't think I've watched that E3. I should. I should do like a members lounge reacting to one of these older E3s. That's a really good idea, actually. Read this. Sony lost more than $4 billion on Bungie. They hired a bunch of people from the Arcane team and even went into production for a Destiny animated series, and now nothing. What an effing waste. Tarnish, that's kind of mind-blowing to me, if that's true. Because I'm like, how did Nintendo secure that one? Titus says, okay, here's what happened. Valve wanted it on there and everywhere. Sony wanted it locked down, no crossplay, etc. Valve didn't like it, so canned it. Wait, in regards to... What's that in regards to, Titus? Is that in regards to... That's not in regards to Portal 2, is it? We're talking about a different game? Oh, wait, so that didn't go through. So it was announced at Sony's E3 2010, but didn't go through? I know that Left 4 Dead wasn't on PlayStation either, which was a big deal for me as a console gamer, where I'm like, oh, I'm getting 360 all the way, bro. Left 4 Dead, absolutely. Destiny is has some of the deepest lore in gaming history. It's all been a waste, just an absolute waste. Gabe also apologizing for calling the PS3 a total disaster during a reveal of Portal 2. Dude, I'm going to have to watch this. I had no idea. That's so funny. That's interesting. Yeah, there's clearly a deeper history here. Sony's far more willing to do crossplay now. Left 4 Dead 2, same thing. No crossplay, no mods, no Sony. Interesting. Okay, yeah. I didn't realize that's why that's kind of what prevented Valve and Sony from having a deeper interaction there or relationship. Well, wait, you're saying but Portal 2 was on PS3? I'll have to do some research into this. The history between Sony and Valve. Raven X0 with a super chat says, doesn't bother me if Sony is trying to do live service. Just don't use the main developers. And if they're the ones pitching, then deny it. Yeah, I mean, dude, like, it's interesting because when we listen to Shuhei Yoshida, Irfan, what's that leak? When we listen to Shuhei Yoshida, he was saying how like Santa Monica came up to him with their new IP that had $25 million invested into it and said, we need you to cancel this. We have to cancel this. And and they did. And he said it was just because it just wasn't coming together the way they thought it would. It just wasn't working. And that's so fascinating to me. That's some crazy insight because it's like, oh, wow, I didn't know that could happen. Oh, I definitely cannot look at this right now. Or because this is NDA'd. I'll get in trouble. But okay, yeah, it makes sense. There's like whoever's leaking that is taking a great risk. They're gonna get sued, bro. This new playtest is NDA'd. But I mean, how different can it really look? Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. Like, how are we talking about Marathon leaks when there was a full-blown Marathon reveal earlier this year? Like, leaked Marathon gameplay. Like, bro, this is so weird. Like, they revealed the gameplay. I'm telling you, we are witnessing a floundering on a level that I don't think we've ever seen before. Like, for an established studio, this is crazy. Like, what we're witnessing with Bungie floundering with Marathon is I've been giving a lot of criticism to, like, Treyarch and Activision for the way they're floundering with like not knowing what to do with Call of Duty because they feel the pressure of Battlefield 6 and they feel the pressure of like Arc Raiders and all these other factors around them. Dude, Bungie's even worse. Like Bungie has no idea what they're doing. Like not a fucking clue. Like listen, I will try Marathon when I'm able to and I'll judge it for myself. I'm not going to write it off because I mean, it might be the only game we get from Bungie before they're gone. I'll try it. I played Destiny. Wasn't for me. I don't know if Marathon's going to be for me. But I find I have this instinctive, just my intuition is telling me like they do not know what they're doing right now. And they are just praying that whatever they are doing is going to come together and work. It's a Hail Mary. It's a Hail Mary. There is no play. The play is throw that ball as far as you can and pray it makes its way to the end zone, dude. That's it. That's what they're doing. And I think Sony knows that. Sony's on the sideline as like the coach watching, knowing like, well, nothing I can do here. You know, like all I can do is watch. I paid for this team. I paid for this team. I'm the owner of this. Yeah, they're not even the coach on the sideline. They're the owners in the box seats watching, just being like, Concord and Bungie are generation levels of failures. I agree. And that's what makes this conversation such a shame because like so much of what the PS5 has been these last 5 years is good. I firmly believe that. There's been so much good, man. But these black marks are so bad. They're so pertinent to the wider conversation of like when we talk about the good and the bad, what Sony got right and what they got. I mean, this is just like what Sony did with Bungie and with Concord and Jim Ryan with that aggressive live service push is like, dude, thank God you guys have loyal customers. And thank God Microsoft floundered for the last 2 generations, because I'll tell you what, man, if there was a threat, like, if Microsoft was actually like on the up and up with the Series X, this would have been their generation to, I don't want to say to take. It's not that serious, because Sony's still doing, so again, Sony still released a lot of great games, and this gen has been good overall. But those were weak spots that a competitor could have, oh my God, they could have exploited it, And it's just, it's funny because, I had this kind of conversation with you guys earlier in the generation. That's a crazy image, Irfan. That is wild. It's kind of funny because Sony, like, dude, what the decisions they ended up making, poor decisions that is, with Bungie and with live service, especially with Bungie, it's one of these things where it's like, just let them make their own mistakes. Like, we don't have to do anything to Sony because they'll mess it up themselves. And they did. And that's the sad part, is like, one of the things that Jim Ryan and Herman Hulst talked about when they bought Bungie was how, like, they didn't say it in this way, but in so many words, they were like, we don't really have experience in live service, and we're a little bit behind in live service, so we want to buy, again, on paper, it does make logical sense, but it's like, we want to buy a really prominent live service franchise and team with institutional knowledge. Bungie has institutional knowledge about live service. They have the secret. They had the secret sauce, the secret recipe. They don't have shit. The secret recipe to live service isn't something you can buy, apparently. We're even seeing that play out with Call of Duty, dude, where it's like, no one's safe. No one. And any live service is not a trend, but any game that finds success in live service, it's not a guarantee they'll stay at the top. In fact, there's a very, very high likelihood that you're going to have a short-lived time in the sun, then your time is up, then something else takes your place. Only the elite of the elite, and I don't like using the word elite, but only a handful of games can be at the top at all times. And I don't know that Sony has, literally, and I mean this literally, I don't know that Sony has what it takes to be one of those games. And I mean that. Like, your expertise is not multiplayer. And any teams you have that are good at multiplayer do not want to do live service. So even if you could say, well, maybe Naughty Dog could be one of those teams with a Last of Us multiplayer game where it's one of the most played games, always in the top 5, top 10, forever relevant. That's fine. That's great. Yeah, maybe that's true. Is that what they want to do? No, it's not. Okay, then what do you do? Blue Point? No, I don't think so. I just don't think Sony knows. And I don't think they want to know. We don't want them to know either. Because think about it like this. Sony has some level of insight. They're not as dumb as I'm making them sound. Like, when Sony said during the Activision Blizzard trial, I remember Microsoft was like, Sony, why don't you make your own Call of Duty? And Sony got all defensive and they were like, are you out of your minds? We would have to take all of our studios, take a development team of like thousands to try to compete with Call of Duty. And thank God Sony doesn't want to do that, because that's literally what would happen is if Sony wanted to manhandle all their studios in the pursuit of like, we're going to make our own Call of Duty, more than half of Sony studios would be like if they thought SOCOM could be that. Guess what? We're reviving SOCOM. This is great. It's going to be a massive live service. I think that can be good. It's going to compete with Call of Duty and Rainbow Six and all these other games. It's like, what do you mean? Yeah, we're taking Bluepoint, Sony Bend, Nixus. Who else would you take? I don't know what other studios you take. I'm sure, Housemark. We're taking Housemark. They're all going to be SOCOM studios now. I mean, is that what we want? I don't think anybody wants that. I don't think anybody wants that, dude. And that's the struggle with Sony doing live service. Is Sony, I think their best bet is you can only go partially in. You can only go knee deep when it comes to live service. And any other success you find beyond that will have to be luck based, as in Helldivers 2. But I think this idea that they want to be out in the deep end, fully consumed and immersed, deep diving for that live service gold. I don't think so. I don't know how they're going to do that. And, you tried with Bungie and it's like you found the opposite. You literally gave away your money to be burned. So it's easily the biggest black mark of this generation that I wish never happened. I wish it could be undone. I wish that money that Sony invested in Bungie could have been invested in literally anything else. Anything in single player. It's a shame, dude. But it is what it is. I think the thing that bothers me the most now is the fact that it's not even like that was a rough patch. It's like Bungie's still here. Still bleeding Sony. And and people are more done with Bungie than ever. And I'm like, I'm going to be honest, man. I'm like reaching a point where it's like, Sony, please, God, like just end it. I know that sounds crazy to some people, but it's like, I don't want to see Bungie, like, and when I say end it, I don't mean shut down Bungie, but I'm like, please just spin them off or sell them. Like, please be rid of them because they're not helping you or me or anybody here. Please, God, like, I don't want the money that's being made from Ghost of Yotei because Sucker Punch is a very, well-managed studio that keeps their budget in check. I don't want the profits that they're making to cover the losses for Bungie, bro. Isn't that a scary thought? Because that's probably what's happening. And formerly Capcom lawyer, thank you for the super chat, buddy. You're saying Sony's earnings will be interesting next year. Bungie delay will continue to cost. Call of Duty sales down equals microtransaction money down. Battlefield 6 had 56% of its sales on PC, 23% on PS. That's true. Opposite to what COD usually does on PlayStation. Yeah, I didn't think about that when I was talking about Battlefield making up for the Call of Duty loss. The split between PC and PS5 is different. And what's funny is that Sony, they even acquired the marketing for Battlefield 6. So I think Sony made good money on Battlefield 6, but we're not talking Call of Duty money. So what you're going to see Sony do is start walking up to Microsoft and be like, Phil, listen. Let's figure this out. How can we help you make Call of Duty better? Because we need it. At this point, we need to partner up with Call of Duty. Call of Duty will be the console savior. I mean, I'm joking, but seriously, like, I mean, when we talk about, I don't think PlayStation players realize that when we talk about Call of Duty failing, that's going to hurt Sony. The only thing that can make up for it, and then some, though, GTA 6. But the difference between GTA 6 and Call of Duty is yearly. So Sony's gotten used to that money. And this is why. This is the catch-22 with this entire conversation where it's like, we hate Jim Ryan, we hate live service, we hate Bungie, we hate all this. I'm not saying you guys are saying that, but people have said that. The catch-22 is like, this is why Sony needs their own. Literally, what we're talking about right now with this super chat is because if Call of Duty suffers, it's bad for Sony. And it's like, how could that be? That's the nature of having a third party doing such heavy lifting for you. A third party that you have no say on and you have no control over. So not only are you, sure, you may only be relying on that 30%, but when that 30% is coming in at a volume of 10, 20, 30 million units sold on top of every microtransaction, every battle pass, and you know your platform is the dominant platform where those transactions are taking place, doesn't matter if Microsoft used to be your rival. Doesn't matter. Like, now you need to worry. Like, basically, when I say Call of Duty players like need to worry about Call of Duty, I mean, I'm not going to say PlayStation players have to worry about it, but it's more about just trying to understand, like, what would Sony do? And that's what worries me a little bit, because it's like there's almost an argument to be made that as long as Call of Duty succeeds the way it has been, Sony doesn't need to make Sony can walk away from this failed live service attempt and say, you know what, we tried, but at least we still got Call of Duty, you know? That's still going good. And then they're like, what happened? Now we can't even rely on that? And, you know, at the end of the day, it's all about sustainability. You know, I've been called to duty. It's all about sustainability. And I think Sony had this in mind with Bungie. I think Sony thought that Bungie would be worth the investment because it will be, they're paying for the stability. And to be fair, some of this is out of both Sony and Microsoft's control, where Sony and Microsoft were not necessarily the ones to decide that the future of the gaming industry is going to be live service games that turn into platform games. They didn't really decide that. Oh, we hit the goal, guys. We got the confetti. Did the confetti pop? I'm not seeing no confetti. Not on my end. You guys let me know if you saw it. Oh, you guys got the confetti? Okay. For some reason, it doesn't pop for me. You think they'd pop it for me, too. Well, thank you for hitting it. So we hit the super chat goal. We'll see if we can still hit that member goal, though. All right. Formerly Capcom lawyers saying it's hard for Sony to have a COD level game. PlayStation games seem to have a stigma for wider audiences. They don't sell to the majority of its own audience or on PC. I mean, it's a mixed bag. I think, like, this is why you see Sony, or Guerrilla, I should say, making a live service Horizon game for the last, I mean, how many years has it been? 7 years? Since 2018. Think about that, dude. That's over half a decade. I mean, one more year, and I mean, at that point, it's like it's almost a decade. You know, we're getting very close to a live service game that's been in development for nearly 10 years. And the truth is, like, a series like Horizon, I was talking about this earlier, like, it sold 40 million. Sony, they can't sit there and say, well, you know, why isn't it 80 million? They can't do that. They have to look at the 40 million and say, okay, well, this is like the fastest any of our franchises have ever gotten to 40 million. In their mind, that's progress. And you can't argue with that, where it's like, yes, that is true. You have franchises that have gotten to much higher heights, but Horizon marks the fastest any of their franchises have gotten to the 40 million mark. So it's technically their fastest growing franchise, which is, again, funny when you see the way people talk about it. So from Sony's perspective, they're like, okay, listen, if we're going to try to make our own live service game that can eventually turn into our own live service platform game, which franchise has the most potential? The reality for them, looking at their charts, looking at their numbers, is Horizon. That's why, mark my words, when we see that Horizon multiplayer game revealed, it is going to have a very different art style. It's not going to look as cool as the NCSoft one. It's going to be trying to appeal to the console-based audience and the PC-based audience that is playing Fortnite every day. Maybe even playing Roblox, playing Genshin Impact, playing these different types of games that, well, they're different, but they all have something in common, and that is that they've reached a mass audience on these platforms, and they've all share a relatively similar, more kid-friendly, family-friendly art style. Smite, perhaps, yeah, that art style. And I think when you look at it from that perspective, you start to understand that like does Sony want a single player Horizon game to sell 50 million units by itself? Yes. Is that going to happen? No. So they have to work with what they have, right? And this is their logic. Their logic is we've made 2 mainline Horizon games, a couple of spin-off titles, and they've all combined together to sell a whopping 40 million in the shortest period of time that it ever took any of our franchises to hit 40 million. Next up, our attempt at a universally appealing, we'll see how appealing it really is, but a universally appealing Horizon live service multiplayer game that is somehow, someway going to convince all the Fortnite players, all the Genshin Impact players, possibly the Roblox kids to be like, whoa, what's this new live service game? And it's a long shot. It's a long shot. But if you were to ask me, like if I was in a boardroom and I'm not in charge of everything, like let's just say I'm Hideaki Nishino, right? And I'm in charge of PlayStation, but I'm not Sony. Like I have a seat at the board and they're talking. And the board decides, like, we need our own successful platform live service game. It's got to be made by one of our studios. We have to have complete ownership and complete control of its future, but we need it. And Hideaki Nishino, or John McConsole, Johnny PlayStation, it's your job to figure out how to get that done. I mean, yeah, dude, I'm not sure. I don't know. If somebody pitched me, if Guerrilla was pitching me and they're like, we believe in this, we're telling you this is going to work. I mean, maybe I'd be like, yeah, I need you. I believe in you guys. We need this to work. I think there's a level of misguidance, or there was. I don't know if there still is, because all the project I'm talking about was greenlit during a different era. The misguidance may be gone. We don't know. But they're going to see some of these things through. I just don't know what Sony's going to do, man. The only thing that Sony can really kind of rely on is when one giant falls, another rises. So if they can't rely on the Call of Duty money anymore, Battlefield 6 ain't making up for that. Maybe... I don't know. I mean, I was going to say like Arc Raiders, but what's the split on that? How much money is... I'm going to say the overwhelming majority of the player base on Arc Raiders is probably PC, right? Maybe Strauss-Zelnick is onto something when he says everything's kind of starting to flow towards PC. Sony's going to have to figure that out, dude. And formerly Capcom lawyers saying, what will Sony do with Bungie if they take them over? They bought them for live service knowledge, so what will they do with little knowledge in that? I mean, my whole thing with Bungie, like if I was in charge at Sony right now and Bungie's fate was in my hands, I'd probably cancel Marathon. Truthfully. And I know that sounds crazy to some people, but the reason being is because I'd say we experienced Concord, guys. And if there's one thing Concord taught us is that maybe sometimes it's best to just stop. Stop. You have time to make the right decision before you take it to market. Stop. I feel like Arc Raiders is what Marathon was supposed to be in terms of success. You have PUBG Black Market. I forget. I don't know what the subtitle is, but a new PUBG game that's going to have alpha playtesting, and it's a extraction shooter. PUBG is like the third most played game on Steam. Still played on console as well, free to play. Arc Raiders is already out. In my mind, Marathon, like I'm trying to think, like if I truly was in charge, you know, I would need other executives around me or like number crunchers to tell me why I shouldn't cancel Marathon. Like they would have to stop me from canceling it. From a purely business, like it would, we're risking losing more money by doing that. And maybe if they crunched the numbers and showed me, maybe then I'd be like, okay, just see it through then. But I'd also be thinking about our reputation. I'd be thinking about how we got lucky surviving Concord the way we did. Like Sony walked out of Concord like nothing happened. They like walked out of a nuclear explosion, bro. And sure, it's like, well, people aren't going to forget that, but it's like how if you look at their numbers and you look at like their bottom line during the time that happened, it's like it's almost like nothing happened, which is shocking. And you don't get lucky like that twice. Period. You don't. So if it were me, I would cancel Marathon and I would have a meeting with Bungie, whoever's in charge. And I would have to just throw down the gauntlet, man. I know it'd be hard, it'd be awkward, but I'd be like, listen, you guys are going to make a single player game. And that's it. It could be whatever you want. But get excited. Pitch your single player game. And we'll greenlight it. You're making a single player game. We're done. You guys don't know what you're doing in this space anymore. And we're not risking losing it. Like, we're just not doing it. We're going to give you a set budget to make a single player game. It could be a first person shooter. We don't care. That's what you're doing. You're good at storytelling. You know, make a single player Destiny game. There you fucking go. Boom. Boom. Sony, Bungie, I'm not saying I saved you, but there you go. The streets will always remember. Make a single player Destiny game. Take notes from previous Halo campaigns. What did people love about previous Halo campaigns? Just take some notes. It's like Irfan said, you got the whole Destiny lore to explore. That's what I would do. And I would take it from there. And I would say, you know what, Bungie? If your future is you're going to slowly transform into actually becoming a single-player powerhouse, and you're going to be viewed as one of the best single-player FPS, developers in the world. And that's the thing. And I understand that sounds crazy, but that's why this is probably why I would never work as a Sony executive. Like, I would never be able to make it in that world because it's like, it sounds crazy. It's the best thing you could do. Because let me ask you, if you were a Destiny fan, if you're a Destiny fan, I'm not, but I know which one I would choose. You put thousands of hours in Destiny over the last decade, and you see that Destiny 2 is slowly coming to an end. And there's it's almost over now. Marathon has no hope. Like, that's the biggest thing Sony needs to realize, and I'm getting very scared that they don't realize this. I'm getting very scared that Sony is going to do it again. Like, they need to realize Marathon is done, bro. Like I said, I will give it a chance, just like I gave Concord a chance, but it's like, where do you think this is going? It's like a serious question. Like, seriously, where what does this feel like to you? It feels like a Hail Mary because that's what it is. So if Concord was like trying to run an offensive play without an offensive line, it's like, duh. Like, our bad. We didn't realize we didn't have an O-line, and we still tried to run the play anyway. It's like, what are you doing? You know, fire that coach immediately. Fire somebody immediately. How does that even happen? If that's what that was, then Marathon is a Hail Mary. And both are bad. One is Marathon compared to Concord, not Bungie compared to Firewalk, but just Marathon compared to Concord. Marathon has that slight edge in that, yeah, Bungie has a built-in fan base, but they just streamed the Destiny 2 Renegades Vidoc like an hour ago, and they're talking about a 2-year storyline. I don't know. Like, is that, I feel like, I don't know, man. I'm telling you, I wish I could be the head of PlayStation for like a day. I would write Bungie very quickly. And I don't care how upset I'd tell those devs, if you want to leave, leave. Go ahead. Because you know what? At the rate you're going, you're all just going to end up getting laid off anyway, because you don't know what you're doing. And I'd understand, well, it's like, well, I'd go, you know what? I'd go even crazier. I'd be the next Jim Ryan, bro. I'd go even crazier where it's like, well, listen, our team is way too big to justify one single player game. We need to be working on something else than 2 single player games. That's right. Crazy, isn't it? Isn't that crazy? What, like, but I'm just saying, if you're a Destiny player, Titus is like, yeah, that is pretty crazy. I would destroy Bungie overnight, bro. No. Oh, no, you're saying do it. Well, here's the thing. If you're a Destiny fan and you've been following this series for like almost a decade, I feel like there's a certain reality you're looking down the barrel of. That reality is you have a Bungie that doesn't want to make a Destiny 3. They've said that. If I'm not mistaken, like they basically said, like, we don't, like, one of the most shocking revelations is when we found out Destiny 3 is not in development. Not in prototype, not in early development. It's not being conceptualized. It's just not a thing. And it's clear that the team is putting everything in Marathon, but that's a problem, right? That's a problem because, you know, you put everything in something that isn't going to work at all. And it's actually coming at the worst time. Escape from Tarkov, as apparently they're considering doing like console versions. And it's like, I mean, so, like, they're going to be entering a highly competitive market where I think they're way out of their depth. So I think if your choice as a Destiny fan is either accept that Bungie's fate is going to be them trying to support a lost cause, that is the revival of Destiny 2, which I don't think is going to happen, or Marathon, which is not going to be a big thing, or they basically say we're not doing anything multiplayer anymore. We're going to lock in on single player. We're going to try to deliver single player games and experiences that are going to be like the best in the business in terms of a single player FPS experience. And I know that's like, well, shit, man. Like, what about all our microtransactions? And that's where I'm just like, fuck that, dude. Like I guess I'm just viewing it from like, this is life or death. Like, this is your studio. Like, you are on the path of destruction, my friends. You have nowhere left. You have very few options left, and your options are dwindling day by day. Your studio is bleeding. You're running out of time, you know? And I view it like that. And I'm like, listen, you're owned by PlayStation. You're now taken over essentially by PlayStation Studios. The PlayStation fan base has been proven they will support quality single player games. The PlayStation fan base has not gotten a quality single player FPS, like campaign story driven FPS in God knows how long, you know, especially from a Sony studio. You know what I would have them do? I'd say you're going to split up into 2 teams. One team is going to make a single player, again, and it'll be a big budget, given, they'll give them the budget. I would give them this last chance. And I would assume, by the way, a lot of people at Bungie would want to do this. I think too. I think they would. I would say Team A, big budget. It's not Destiny 3. It's going to be a Destiny something. And it's going to be pure single player. And I want that shit to be amazing. I want the story to be one of the best FPS. I want it to be reminiscent of the original Halo days. Okay? I want a main character, a main protagonist. This is what I would tell them to do. And then you're going to have Team B. Let's get them on Killzone. Fuck it. A single player Killzone. Resistance. I don't care. Something that can utilize your FPS expertise. Even a SOCOM. I don't give a shit. Figure it out. But that's what you're going to do. You're going to do single player games. Single player shooter games. We bought the shooter guy because that's where I think Sony's misguided. Sony's misguided, and you thought you bought the live service experts. They're clearly not experts in live service. And that's why I don't know how they made it this far. I don't. I think that they were like the pioneers a little bit. Were like Destiny live service. They had Activision helping them. And then like as soon as they departed from Activision, they thought it was going to be better. It got worse. And I think like the reality is a bunch of other players came in and were like, we're going to do what Destiny's doing, but 10 times better. And I think Bungie couldn't keep up. So I don't know. I would to me, it's just, it's time to reinvent Bungie. It's time to reinvent them and reestablish them and turn their reputation around and get them to be a top tier, dare I say, single player studio. It's not like it's not like the studio never made single player experiences. They have. In fact, if you ask people what are the best Halo games ever made, it's specifically the single player campaigns of Halo 1 through 3 and I believe Reach that people look back so fondly at and they're like that those were amazing. The multiplayer was great too, but that was before live service. I don't know. The only exception I would make if I was in charge is if they could pitch me on a Destiny 3 that made sense. If they pitched me on a Destiny 3 that they believed in and they really thought like this is the future of Destiny, I'm like, okay, maybe that's better than Marathon. That makes a lot more sense than Marathon. But the fact that they don't have a plan for Destiny 3 tells me like you guys have to do something dramatically different. I think it's just the ride is up for Bungie and live service. I think it is. I think they're, it's crazy. It's crazy, dude, because when they revealed Marathon earlier this year, we're hearing about the Battle Pass. Like, we're seeing leaks about here's how much the Battle Pass is going to cost. The game's going to be $40. And it's like, dude, nobody gives a shit. Like, don't you guys realize that no one cares? Why are we hearing about live service support when nobody even gives a shit about the initial game you're putting out? This is why I'm saying like they're totally misguided, man. I'm telling you, I pray I'm wrong and I will play it. I will try it myself, dude. I remember when I played the Concord beta and I'm like, yeah, this isn't a horribly made game, but this is going to crash and burn. Bad. Like bad. I'm getting that exact same feeling with Marathon where I'm like, I think you'll get a little tiny pop in the beginning and then it's just going to be like everybody's gone. You're done. I think the thing that's going to tear Marathon apart and why they're NDAing their playtests is because people are going to compare it to Arc Raiders. People are going to compare it to Tarkov. People are going to compare it probably to this upcoming PUBG extraction shooter and whatever else is out there. And it's going to get torn to shreds. It's going to get torn to shreds. And I think the morale is going to drop so low in the player base that they're like, let's just go, man. Why are we even here? It's bad. I'm telling you, the situation at Bungie is fucking dire. I really firmly believe that. And that's the thing. I don't want to see them go. I just want to see them transformed into a competent studio again. And I think that, you know what, guys, maybe this is the play. Turn yourself around. Turn yourself around. Go in a direction that nobody expects. But I'm telling you, I think Destiny players, I say this as a non-Destiny fan, and maybe I'm totally wrong, but I think Destiny players would be like, you know what, a fucking single-player AAA banger based in the Destiny universe from Bungie? Okay, all right, yeah, sure. Sign me up. Let's give it a shot. What's the worst that could happen? Serious. It's not good. Okay. What's good now for Bungie? What's the bright future look like for Bungie right now? I don't know, man. They still have 1,400 devs there? All right, I got a super chat from, some post-nasal drip here. Alvin, you're saying you have roughly 8,100 in Destiny. Dude, are you telling me you have 8,100 hours? Good Lord. That's crazy, dude. You're saying officially put it down after the spring disaster. At this point, only a D3 refresh could bring me back. Well, Alvin, what do you think about my idea? If they came out and said we're doing a AAA single player, purely single player, I mean, maybe you could do like a co-op, you know, or like you could play through the story with one other player or something, or two other players to make it make sense in the Destiny universe. What would you think about that? Purely single, like it's purely story based. You could play it single player, solo. See, I don't know, that would immediately be the first thing, the roadblock you run into. Do you make it 3-player co-op? Do you make it purely single player? Would you buy that game? Would you play that? There's already a rage bait video saying Marathon died and it's your fault. Wait, why would it be my fault? It's our fault. That's crazy though, Alvin. Well, that's what I mean. You're saying, I'm assuming I'm reading this correctly, you're saying you put 8,100 hours into it. Like, dude. And you say with a $2 super chat, co-sign on any non-live service Bungie project. Interesting. See, I'm telling you, man, I think that's the play. I think that there were people at Bungie who knew this, but they were not in the higher ups. You know, they were not in the C-suite. I think the reports that we heard that Bungie developers wanted to start making more single player stuff. I think they knew. I think they're like, they just feel it where it's like, let's go in this direction for a little while. Maybe in the long run they can return back to live service, but I don't know. I feel like that's the thing. I know this may not be what Sony bought you for, but at this point, if I'm Sony, I'm like, we gotta do something to get some kind of fucking return here, because this is getting wild. I'm so scared for Marathon, bro. I am so scared that come next year, even in the midst of Wolverine and GTA 6, you're going to be seeing this whole wave of it's Concord 2.0. Concord. You're going to see Concord trending in 2026, bro. Formerly Capcom lawyer saying Destiny 55 million plus sales over 2 games, more than Horizon. Really, 55 million? Well, hold on. How is that calculated? Because didn't Destiny 2 go free to play? MBG, am I sadistic for feeling somewhat elated for Bungie's destruction? Well, my assumption, Tarnished, is that it's because you want to feel good that hopefully this can result in something better in the end. You know? Like, Bungie flew too close to the sun, just like many other developers have in the past, and you know, when they get burned, it's not so much that you're celebrating them getting burned as much as it's just, you know, like, see? That, like, what did we learn here today, guys? You know? That type of situation. And then, you know, it's a bittersweet thing because I think, you know, that's the sad part about Bungie is, like, clearly they do have talented people there. But just, they can't. We've seen this with studios, bro. It's a scary thing. We've seen some of the most talented studios, and by talented, I mean people who have a level of expertise, and they just fumble it, bro. And they can't pick it back up. And it's like, what is happening? And it starts to snowball. And no studio is untouchable. None. It's not easy operating at a high level consistently. It takes a lot, but that's why management is so important, dude. I assure you, the reason why Bungie, the reason why they're in the position they're in now is due to mismanagement. The reason why they will, if they do end up getting sold off or spun off or even shuttered, management. It's always management, man. And, you know, it's like, who's going to take responsibility for that? Chances are anybody who could have taken responsibility, the chances are the people who would have been responsible for that destruction and that mismanagement are already gone. It's just the damage is already done. That we've seen that time and time again. And that's why, you know, who is appointed in a leadership position, it's so important, because like, if you're letting them make the decision, and it ain't easy making big decisions, but if, you know, somebody's got to do it, the shit goes south, chances are you're not going to be able to undo it. We have Armani Pepsi Coleman saying, I don't know, this might be a good one, but who do you got? Insomniac, Miles Morales, or Wolverine? I think Wolverine rips Miles in half, bro. Yeah. Like, if you're talking like being pitted against each other, I mean, I don't know that Wolverine would fight Miles Morales, unless you're asking the game. Like, see, I'm taking it as like a one-on-one battle, but you might be asking which game I think is going to be better. If you're asking me from the other perspective of which game is going to be better, I think Wolverine is going to be the best game Insomniac ever makes. I really believe that. I have that level of faith in Insomniac. I do. I think like Wolverine looks fucking sick. Spider-Man 2018 is an amazing game. The Ratchet & Clank games are awesome too, but I think Wolverine's going to be the next level. I hope I'm right. So hopefully that answers your question, Armani. And formerly Capcom lawyer saying, I don't see why Sony would want a game that makes people play for 8,000 plus hours and replace it with a 30-hour single-player game. Don't they want player retention? Yeah, but my whole thing is, like, they're losing that. And this is why I feel like they've been losing player retention for Destiny 2. They've allowed Bungie to try to save it. Bungie's been trying to save Destiny 2. It's not working. It's not working. So now I think Sony's given them at least one more chance, certainly with Marathon. Where Marathon was like the big game they had in development, and it's like, well, you know, we got to, I know it's like it's after 8,000 hours, but that's why I'm saying, Capcom lawyer, like, if Sony's whole thing is like, how do we get another 8,000 hours? It's like, bro, that's a question that only Bungie can answer. And if you go to them and they're like, we don't know, that's where I think Sony has to, like, that's where I think Sony has to play to their strengths for their own good. Not the good of Destiny players. That's the important thing to understand. Is like what I'm proposing is like a break glass in case of emergency type situation. Because the alternative is Sony could sell Bungie, but the problem with that is who the hell is going to buy them? I mean, maybe somebody would, but at this point, they've been run through so many different companies. I don't know. I don't know that anybody's going to look at what's just happened with Sony's purchase of Bungie and say, we'll buy them. Maybe Sony could sell them at a really, really bargain price. Where it's like, we're not really making anything on this. We got to get rid of them. We got to sell it for something, you know? They could do that. But I just feel like, well, if you paid all this money, you know, yeah, basically, Capcom lawyer, like, look, I'm not saying it would be the right move. I'm just trying to say that, like, what are the options here? You know, like, that's what I can't figure. Is like if your back is against the wall and you do got to break the glass because it now is an emergency, what is your like? what is the extinguisher, you know? Destiny 3 is supposed to be that. But that's such a problem, dude. If it's like, there is no Destiny 3. There isn't even a concept of Destiny 3. And it's like, what do you mean there's no Destiny 3? Didn't you guys have a plan for if Destiny 2 suddenly died? No, we didn't. Marathon was the plan. That's your plan? Well, we had Project Gummy Bears, but Sony stole that. And that's the funniest thing, dude. Project Gummy Bears was the other thing that Bungie had that they believed in, and Sony literally were like, we're taking that. And that's kind of funny and also strange because it's like, what if that was what was going to save Bungie? It's like, we don't care now. It's ours. It's going to help PlayStation. It's really strange. I don't know what's up with that. But yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just saying, like, whatever Sony's intention was when they bought Bungie and whatever Bungie thought they were going to achieve together, all that's out the window, dude. And I feel like you can ask the Destiny player base what they want, but I feel like, hasn't Bungie already been doing that? Surely Bungie's already been asking the Destiny player base what they want. And I feel like the majority of the player base would probably say we want Destiny 3. And that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, that's what I would say too. But there's just such a problem if you don't have a Destiny 3. Remember, former Bungie CEO Pete Parsons was bragging about that he bought tons of classic cars with the Sony money. He got the bag and left. Yeah, that's true. And that's unfortunate because it's like, I don't know, man. Like, people make mistakes. People make bad calls. But a lot of times when you're in positions like that, you can be the one that makes the mistake and makes the worst call and you get the most money. You're out. You're set. And it's weird because it's like, well, meanwhile, like if you're a coder, you know, just trying to do your best work on the next Destiny 2 expansion, it's like, you might be fucked, buddy. You know, and it's just, I mean, it's capitalism. I don't know what else to say about it. There is no Fortnite 2. Destiny 2 just needs better content or wipe for people to get into it. So maybe Destiny 3 could be a hard reset. They won't call it 3. What if they'll reset it? And they just make it Destiny 2.0. Destiny New Dawn. Sony, Bungie, let me pitch you here a little bit. We got Destiny New Dawn. Everything done. That 8,100 hours you spent on that game, wiped. Yeah, pitch it as a platform. Okay. So Sony CFO Lin Tao said, I believe in August of 2025, last year, structure of Bungie was reformed. Bungie is shifting to be part of PlayStation Studios. The direction is to become part of PlayStation Studios. So the assumption is by 2026, Bungie will officially be part of PlayStation Studios. We could see the biggest shift inside of Bungie ever once that happens. That's absolutely possible. Maybe that's why we're not seeing anything major happening right now, you know? Because, I mean, if they're still shifting, I think Sony has to wait until, like, fiscal year 2026 begins, and I think once that happens, Destiny Reborn. There you go. See, I think a bigger problem with Destiny, though, and this could be a problem if I like demanded they make a single player game. I think a big problem with Destiny is like, so like, do you guys have any other like ideas left? Do you know where to go with this? You know what? Fuck it. I'll go even crazier. I'm gonna go crazy on the Destiny fan base. Do you have a plan, Bungie? Well, I don't know, Sony. We ain't got no Destiny 3. I don't know. Like, dude, I'm going to go crazy and I'm going to say Bungie, new single-player IP. Fuck it. New single-player IP. What do you have to lose? Destiny should have been a platform game from the start. Perhaps, yeah. I mean, you're probably right. You can't even play, like, original content from Destiny 1 and 2, can you? Right? Like, isn't there, like, some weird thing where it's like, yeah, we just, like, sunsetted certain content? That's wild to me. Because they stole it? Wait, what? Hold on. See, that to me is like, that's a fundamental problem. It's like, what do you mean? I can't. Well, I guess it's probably more acceptable and understandable these days because it's like, well, just view it as like seasonal content. You know, like once the seasonal content's gone, there's the FOMO. You know, once it's over, it's over. Once you miss out, you miss out. Can't go back to it. So I guess I kind of understand that from a live service perspective. But Destiny just always felt different because that's why I'm saying, like, dude, they should just make a. I don't know. Maybe they should just contact NCSoft and have them make a Destiny MMO that they can release on mobile and purple. You know, there you go, Bungie. I just saved you. There you go, Herman. I got way off track, but yeah, I think this conversation shouldn't even be a thing, if I'm being honest. You know, we shouldn't even be sitting here talking about Bungie. Bungie should not be a part of PlayStation. I say this as somebody who wants some more and some different multiplayer experiences from Sony, but Bungie was never. They were never the answer, man. Even when I was like hyping them up, I believed foolishly. You know, I was dead wrong. I was like, oh, this could be great, but I also didn't know what Sony was inheriting. And once I started to find out, I'm like, oh God, you know, like, no. And formerly Capcom lawyer saying GTA 6 will make more in a week than Bungie cost PlayStation. GTA 6 is going to cover the cost of Bungie and then some for Sony as well. Ironically. I mean, and that's the thing, man, is like, that's why if you're Sony, you're like, you know, do we really even need to be doing this? It's like, well, you don't want to be vulnerable, but yeah, I don't know, man. Like, you have a really strong storefront and platform. If Sony wasn't so scared of loss, it's the nature of these capitalistic ventures, man, where, you know, it's like I said, these high-ranking executives like Herman Holst and Hideaki Nishino, like, they're making important decisions for the brand, but they're doing so with the basic understanding that, like, we can't, as shitty as it sounds, it's why, like, Hideaki Nishino, if he proposed like a major overhaul to the PlayStation Store in some sense, or just a PlayStation platform where it's like, we're going to be, you know, we're going to be purely focused on like just being ultra pro, like we're going to try to be more pro consumer than Valve. He would probably get demoted very quickly. You get rejected and then maybe demoted, because it's like he basically just said, like, I'm going to let us lose money and our stock value is going to go down. And the reason why I'm saying this is because it's like, dude, I think what a lot of PlayStation players kind of want to see from Sony and what would make the future PlayStation brighter in the eyes of some fans is Sony not being so, I mean, frankly, greedy, but Sony being okay with like not growing at such a rapid rate, and it's antithetical to the way these things operate outside of private companies, privately owned companies, and even privately owned companies, they can be just as greedy if they want. It's that's up to them, but I guess what I'm trying to say is like the stock market and the capitalistic drive to only see the numbers go up and only see the arrows go up, it's almost used as a justification. And from that perspective, Sony would have never bought Bungie. If it wasn't so corporate all the time, I don't think Sony would have bought. It's why Shuhei's not there anymore, dude. And I know that this is turning into a little bit of a negative rant towards Sony, but it's necessary sometimes. It's like Shuhei flat out told us, like, so like, why did Jim Ryan demote you? Because Shuhei said, because it's like, I'm not going to be the guy to do the live service thing. Because he knew. He's like, that's not what I do. That's not what PlayStation is known for, and I'm not going to do that. And that's when Herman comes in. And, I'm not sure what makes Herman necessarily qualified for it, but maybe just his willingness to do it and his tenure at PlayStation. He's been there for a long time. But that's where it's just like, yeah, I think that when we talk about the previous era of PlayStation, I don't think it would hurt Sony to, like short-term loss, long-term gain. But, and Capcom, you're saying true PlayStation will make bank with GTA. I still see a future with PlayStation stores or apps to bypass that 30% to store owners. GTA Plus will try at some point. Yeah, Sony's got to be worried about that. Bro. Oh man, you want to talk about a day that will actually be a reckoning for PlayStation is if there's some kind of, sorry about that, Irfan. If they can manage to figure out how to do that with a franchise like GTA, like, oh my God. So that would be Sony's reckoning. 132 minutes of marathon October playtest gameplay leaked showing improved visuals, new map, UI overhaul, and more. I mean, these things are nice, but like, is this gonna really change much? Let's see. Oh, by the way, did you guys see that Metal Gear Solid Delta is like $30? It's on sale. Just a heads up. It's basically like more than half off. So if you were on the fence about it, now might be the time. Dude, I just went on Twitter and there's still like no gaming news. Bro. Why is it so, like, I mean, I understand like sometimes it's quiet, but like, holy shit, it's like silent. There's like nothing happening. It says here, Dan Houser left Rockstar over directional dispute with Sam Houser. Well, all right. So I pretty much finished my list. Let me see here. All right. So I have basically 2 bonuses I'm going to throw in here at the end. I made a top 5 list, top 5 good things, top 5 bad things. I'm going to throw in a little bonus runner-up for both. For the good, I listed PlayStation VR 2 and PlayStation Plus Extra. I think that these are 2 really good things that Sony did this generation that, even though PSVR 2 is struggling and I don't know that has much of a future, still a great headset and great piece of tech and some great games on there. And also, I think PlayStation Plus Extra turned out to be like a really great thing. That was created because of Game Pass, but I think it turned out to be much better over time than anybody expected. I've seen a lot of people say that they think it's better than Game Pass now. So I think that that's another good thing that came out of this generation. And when it comes to my runner-up number 6 for The bad things. This one is not entirely in Sony's control, but it's been something we've seen throughout the course of this generation that, I do think it puts a damper on the generation overall. Not hugely, but in some cases, is price increases. I think we've seen multiple price increases with different areas of PlayStation, and it sucks. There's just no way around it. That's not something that's exclusive to Sony, of course, but it's always awkward when you got a multi-billion-dollar corporation telling you it's our most profitable generation ever, and then they're increasing prices. It's like, okay, I guess, like, why? So there you go. That wraps that up. Yes, so W for sub services, bro. The economy's stupid. Pepitoire, yeah, I saw that. I actually did watch that. It's a pretty good interview. Yeah, dude, I mean, like, Sony losing over $100 million on factions, absolutely. I mean, I don't know that The Last of Us factions getting canceled would be the most expensive. It might have been. I don't know. That may be the most expensive cancellation Sony's ever done. They hired the Fortnite Battle Pass guy. So, very, very, very expensive cancellation. I would love to know, dude. Like, I don't know when we're going to find out, if we ever will, but I would love to know more details about what happened with Naughty Dog this gen. Because when we talk about some of Sony's mismanagement, Naughty Dog is absolutely a part of that. Naughty Dog might be the most mismanaged studio this gen, unfortunately. I mean, we talk about Bluepoint, we talk about Sony Bend, but I mean, dude, getting your crown jewel studio to put 4 years into a live service game to then just be like, actually, we're not doing this, and then be 5 years into a generation and not have a single, you haven't put out a new game since 2016. It's like, that's not good, man. That's not good. And I would love to know. I would love to know, like, what the hell causes that? Like, what leads to that, man? What's $100 million, MBG? You played down them making over $1 billion on PC, only money. Well, see, that's what I don't understand, because I still do believe that in the grand scheme, like, if you're talking about we made $7 billion in a quarter, right? But, we made 1.5 billion on Steam or on PC over the course of 5 years. But then it's like, how dare Insomniac spend $300 million on Spider-Man 2? I'm just confused by this. I guess these things just have to be separate, where it's like making a studio profitable is separate from making the entire business profitable and the different sectors within that business profitable. I'm assuming it's a different beast, or like they have to keep these things separate. But yeah, sometimes it does seem kind of silly, right? Where it's like, we made I guess it's because the whole thing is time is money, right? So it's like, I don't think it's the $100 million that is a problem with the cancellation. Like, yeah, because in the grand scheme, it's like, to Sony, $100 million isn't much. It's something, but it's not that. It's whatever. You can write it down, move on. I think it's the time. It's like, we had to spend that $100 million over the course of 4 years. It's like, 4 years. Yeah, 4 years. That to me seems like the problem, where it's like, what the fuck? Like, and we still don't have something new? We still don't have anything? Can't get those 4 years. You could get the 100 million back over time. You can't get those 4 years back. I think that's the bigger concern. But yeah, I mean, I was going on a couple tangents yesterday about PC gaming and stuff. I fluctuate on these topics a little bit, because it's just like, I don't know, man. I was talking about it yesterday, and it's just like when it comes to exclusivity, I'm almost indifferent to it because I basically have to be at this point. Like, I'm condemned if I say I'm fine with it. I'm condemned if I say I'm not fine with it. So it's just like I don't think I care anymore. Like, and I think really what makes it easy for me to be in that position is because I've just settled down. Like, there's nothing Steam could really do to make me jump to Steam. Just like there's nothing Microsoft could do to make me jump to Microsoft. Just like there's nothing Nintendo could do to make me jump to Nintendo. I'm good. Not to say I would never ever go to any of these places. I'm talking about like I would never jump unless Sony forced me out, right? I would never jump to another platform at this point to settle down there. So like if I went to Steam, it would just be to like check something out or play a little something that, I'm just going to play this on Steam for whatever reason. If I went to Xbox, same thing. It's because I want to play this thing on Xbox. Guys, hold on. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry about that. Formerly Capcom lawyer saying if they stop PC, investors will say, where did the $1 billion go? Yeah. I mean, well, when it comes to the discussion about them stopping any type of investment in the PC or supporting PC, I just think they're in a bit of a tough spot here because I think they do run a certain risk where it's like we pointed out, like Call of Duty sales are down, therefore microtransaction revenue is down. Battlefield 6 sells best on PC, I think Sony has to be aware of that. Titus, you're heading out, man. I appreciate you hanging out. It's opportunity cost. Yeah, I mean, I personally feel. I mean, I said I feel indifferent, but if I'm still going to try to give some kind of take on this, I feel like Sony, maybe their best play for now and for like the foreseeable future is just do what you've been doing. Like, that simple. Like, I don't think it's maybe the wisest decision to walk back on stuff. But I'll put it to you this way. If Sony decides, like, we're not putting single-player games on PC, that to me I would at that point believe you're at the risk of losing money now. That's all I could fathom. Because, well, why else would you do that when it's been going, like, you've already established this, you know what I'm saying? Like, it almost feels like it would take more effort to undo it at this point. And you actually, I think the flip side to this is Sony risks drawing people's ire, where I'm not sure that they care, but it's like, what would be the purpose of that too? I mean, I look at the fact that Ghost of Tsushima was one of the best-selling PC ports, had the highest concurrent peak for a Sony-owned IP at 77,000 players outside of Helldivers 2, like a non-live service. And it's like, okay, you would think Sony would want to get Ghost of Yotei over to PC with a sense of urgency. But when you look at the pattern, Sony probably looks at that and is like, well, why would we be urgent about it? Well, you want to be urgent about it because you want to maximize sales. It's like we did that with Spider-Man. It didn't maximize anything. You know? I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, I'm not sure that timing really matters at this point. You know? What sense does it make when you have Ghost of Tsushima peaking at 77,000 concurrent players on PC after 4 years or 5 years, something like that, 4 or 5 years of being console exclusive, to then just be like, we're gonna catapult Spider-Man 2 to PC within a year, and that does less than half. I feel like it. Like, I guess what I'm trying to say is, if I was Sony, I would be a little confused. You know, like, I wouldn't really know. Like, wait, so, like, is it better to wait 4 years? At that point, I don't know. And again, if they decide to pull back on putting their single player games on PC, I would have to assume it's because they're at the risk of now losing money doing so. But then, I don't know, it's been stated by Shuhei Yoshida that it's free money. It's not entirely free money. And the reason I say that is because Nixxes is a studio that Sony purchased to do PC ports. And I don't know how big Nixxes is. Maybe somebody can tell me how many developers are there, but they have to pay those devs. And those devs have to be constantly working on PC ports. And so I guess what I'm saying is, like, there is a certain level of cost and resource that goes into it that I don't know what the numbers on that look like. You know, so, like, if Nixxes spends 6 months of development time making a PC port for Ghost of Yotei, how many copies would Ghost of Yotei have to sell on PC to justify that 6 months of development time for a 80-man team? I don't know if there's 80 devs. I'm just throwing a number out there. I don't know. The most expensive part of game development is paying the devs, you know, running these studios. So there's, like, a certain logistical side of it that I don't have the numbers. I can't crunch the numbers. I don't know. Tsushima's number 3 on Steam Store last night. Because it's on sale. Damn. The PC money is just a cherry on the cake. They made so much on console. It's easy money. It's less costing. It's costing less than $80 million to port 5 games with basically over 10 times the return. I mean, yeah, I would be really interested to know what those margins are. The fact that Shuhei Yoshida says it's free money, you know, he doesn't work at Sony anymore, but he was there while they were doing this. I'm like, he probably knows. Like, he actually sees the numbers. So he might be right. Like, I mean, those margins might be, like, crazy good. But it's like I said, I think what people generally are not too focused on, which I don't blame them, but I'm paying close attention to, is I think people are not paying attention to, like, dude, we have a new sheriff in town, you know? Like, Hideaki Nishino is not Jim Ryan. You know? He's not. To be honest, I don't know what Hideaki Nishino is like. I don't know what his whole philosophy is. I listen to him during the corporate meetings, but it doesn't feel like him talking. It feels like this is like this was written up by a bunch of PR people and you're reading what they're telling you to read. But I don't know. Like, I don't know if he is, like, sitting there thinking, like, we should go back to exclusivity because we have the PS6 coming and we're going to need it. I don't know. Like, I don't know if maybe he's looking at the numbers and he's like, yeah, that we only, like, maybe to somebody like Hideaki Nishino, he's like, it made 1.5 billion. That's it? Over 5 years? Like, sure, that's a free 1.5 billion, but again, it's like, it is the opportunity cost, right? Where it's like, well, how much would it hurt us to just not do that anymore? You know, maybe the idea is we can make up that 1.5 billion easily by pushing exclusivity again. I don't know. I'm just I'm not saying that's what they're doing. I have absolutely no idea. You the conversation of, yeah, I'm worried about that as well, Capcom lawyer. Like, I'm worried that Nishino might be misguided. But I'm not too worried yet. Not yet. I think Nishino is going to get one shot, And I think that shot is going to come from like, well, we have a full-blown handheld that we're dropping as a PS6 console. So people are going to have two options next gen, PS6 handheld. We know how big handhelds are in Japan. I think this is not... I'm going to be honest, I think this is not necessarily to try to win the Japanese market over this gen, because I think they know it's over. I think it's about trying to mitigate the full and complete takeover with the Switch 2, knowing they have their own handheld that's coming. And I think they're trying to prep for that. It seems like they almost put more emphasis on not more, but they put a lot of emphasis on the Portal. And I think that's the play. And I think the idea is, if you can't win back some market share in Japan with your own dedicated handheld, then it's over. Then you just got to move on. Got to take it on the chin and move on. You can't do anything about it. Nintendo beat you. Right now, it's looking like, yeah, I don't think they have a chance. But we have to see how the market reacts to that PS6 handheld. So I think that's kind of what the direction the push is going in right now, building up to that, which is, it's coming soon. It's like 2 years, but it'll be here before we know it. The marketing's going to kick off well before those 2 years is up, probably a year and a half from now. So I think they'll try one last time with the handheld in Japan. And if that doesn't work, I think they're just going to be like, well, it's nothing we can do. We have to just accept we've been defeated by Nintendo in Japan. So yeah, and what's interesting, this is why I tell people to focus on the Nishino a little bit, because he's doing the opposite of what Jim Ryan did. That gives us something. That tells us something about Nishino. What it tells us is that he probably threw up in his mouth a little bit when he found out Jim Ryan closed Japan studio and doesn't give a shit about the Japanese market, basically. Says, yeah, Nintendo can have him. He probably was like, what? He was probably pissed, but he was in a lower position, and he's like, what do you? He can't do anything. That's interesting to me, because like, you always wonder like how these other people inside of Sony feel, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure what else Nishino's going to do, but I don't know. When it comes to the whole PC thing, I was going off the rails yesterday, because I always do this thing where I focus on the fanboys, or if not the fanboys, like the rage baiters or the trolls or whatever. And I always get distracted by that, and I got to do a better job not getting distracted by that stuff. I think the reality is, Sony has conditioned PC players by this point to expect their games in due time. And it would be understandable that PC players would get a little bit annoyed if Sony was like, and never mind, we're not doing that anymore. However, I don't think PC players would be in utter shock. I think they would be like, yeah, well, okay. Sony's just going back to doing what they did for, 25 years, basically. It was a good run, It was nice while it lasted. I don't think it would like break anything and make people lose their minds. I think you'd see certain PlayStation fans celebrating that. But, the whole idea is, here's my take, right? I think Sony, the only reason them pulling back on exclusivity at this point, or pulling back on PC with their single player games, the only reason that would make sense to me, and I mean like full blown, like, okay, yeah, you're going to have to do that if you want to proceed, is if they're like, listen, we see exclusivity for the PS6 specifically as vital to its success. If they suddenly had that epiphany or change of mind where they're like, no, and I'm not even talking cross-gen. I'm saying like they're going to basically encourage their developers like you're making PS6 versions. That's the only time I could see why they would immediately reverse course with PC. But
is you a gangsta? Cause him a gangsta. You be like tanksta, I be like mangsta. Colt's teeth as orange as Fanta. Jez is fat like Santa. Phil says hey I'm gay I.
Phil says hey I'm gay I. Okay. RichRod, why are you just surprise attacking like that, bro? What is this man doing? RichRod. Rude. How rude. Thank you, Rich, for your guys. That's 15 members. We're slacking on the memberships today, guys. I'm not gonna lie. We hit 5 from Hellbound, which I appreciate. Thank you, Hellbound. Question: do we know a new handheld is for sure coming? It might not ever even happen. I'm just saying because your next gen analysis has seemed too focused on a handheld that might not even happen. Well, Irfan, here's the thing that's important to understand. The leak from the handheld came from Moore's Law is Dead, who has the actual leaked documentation of the APU. So it is real. Like it's not like hearsay. It's the documentation is out there. It's locked in. The only thing that is not locked in, I believe, is the RAM. I mean, there are like very specific details that, like, for example, it says it can be docked, but we don't know if there's going to be a docking station with it. We don't know. We have some idea that the document seems to insinuate that it's going to launch at the same time as the PS6 home console, but it doesn't explicitly state that. Yeah, I don't understand that, SMGO. I don't get it. Like, Sony literally went after him for the PS5 Pro. I think their main focus will be the PS6, but I think they're going to split it. I'm telling you, Irfan. I think Sony's going to be like, you can buy a PS6 home console or you can buy a PS6 handheld. The choice is yours. I think the games they'll show off will all be running on PS6. But it's the question of exclusivity, you know? There's this argument that people make when it comes to exclusivity. And it's a logical and fair argument that I don't necessarily have that big of a problem. I don't really have a problem with it because it's like, well, yeah, you're making complete sense. But I guess what I'm trying to say is like that their problem isn't necessarily mine. And the argument that I'm referring to is it's like, well, I as a consumer will benefit from exclusivity being gone. And the reason why I will benefit is because I'll no longer have to worry about buying or investing into a piece of hardware or ecosystem that I don't want to be part of. And again, that makes logical sense where it's like, yeah, I totally get that, especially because I'm settled in on PlayStation. It would be great if every single game that ever released was on PlayStation. Not because I'm going to play them all, but because, you know, as a consumer, it's like, yeah, it's nice not to have to worry about being pulled in another direction. However, you know, there is a level to it where it's like, well, there's also, I guess, just like what I'm used to, right? And I guess what I'm trying to say is like, I don't actually, that problem has never really been a problem for me, is what I'm trying to say. Where like, if somebody says it's always been a problem for me that exclusives pull me in different directions, it has not been for me. I don't know, I've just been kind of okay with it. Like I always have. That's literally my history with it. Where it's like, if there's a game on this console and that's the only place I can get it, I'll buy the console. And to be honest, every time I've done it, I found it's interesting because like you discover these other ecosystems and these other ways of doing things where it's like, oh, well, this is different. Some of them I like less than others, but I mean, that's the epitome of you know, like that to me, that's the epitome of like, oh, wait, so this is why I'm going to buy a 360. And I remember the things I discovered on the 360. I'm like, bro, avatars are awesome. I'm like, I can unlock gear for my avatars. And I remember they had like the blades, and I was like, this is sick. I like that. And you could play music, your own tracks on it and shit. I'm like, yo, background music, this is awesome. And then, Sony was like, listen, you want Metal Gear Solid 4? You're going to have to buy a PS3. And I'm like, you got me. You sons of bitches, they got me. And it became my Metal Gear Solid 4 machine. But I still feel like I remember when I booted up the PS3, even though the 360 was my home, I booted up the PS3 and I'm like, dude, this fucking UI is amazing. I remember feeling jealous. I'm like, for as awesome as the avatars on the 360 are and that stuff, dude, like the XMB, I'm like, bro, every UI should be like this. I love it. And you could change the color with the seasons and all that stuff. It's just so good. And there was just, a lot that I enjoyed about. And even when the few times I've went to Nintendo, I wasn't as enthralled with what Nintendo was doing. But, I always found it, when I would want to play the Pokemon games when I was younger. And I'm like, okay, I got to get a Game Boy. Got to get a Game Boy Advance. Got to get a Game Boy Advance SP. And I'm like, I remember the Game Boy Advance SP. I'm like, yo, this thing's cool. I like this. A little clamshell. Oh, it's just nice. I don't know. These things have never really bothered me that much. And, I guess I wonder why for so many people, it's like now, now it's a major problem. And I guess, I don't know, maybe that comes with age, because like I am older now. And so I do feel more settled in where I am. And maybe it's just one of these things where it's like, I don't really want to be worried about moving around anymore. That maybe there it is that. And I can relate to that. I can relate to it. You just bought a PS1, PS2, and PS3 again? Damn, nice surfing. Steam profile customization is quite extensive. Yeah, I've always wondered about that with Sony. Like, I was checking out my profile on PlayStation the other day. I'm like, there's like hardly anything to customize here. I do like that. I've always liked that about having like different profiles. Steam is the only one. And you know what? It's so funny because Steam is the only one that never really did that. And therefore, like, dude, I don't know, man. I've never really spent a lot of time on Steam at all. I'm mostly unfamiliar with it. And it's because there's never been a game that's been like aggressively marketed at me. That's the key word, like marketed at me, where it's like, don't you want this game? Come over. I mean, the only game that the one game that did do that was when I went to go play Left 4 Dead, but then I realized it was on a 360. I was ready to go full PC gamer for Left 4 Dead. I tried. It didn't work. But it just goes to show that they almost got me with that. It's the power of exclusives, man. They do have the power to pull you in different directions, depending on how you feel about it. When you boot up to Steam, it's a spaceship taking off into hyperspace. Damn, bro. And I missed this from Capcom lawyer. Or wait, did I miss this? No, I got that one. Never mind. MBG, it's all too quiet out here, but it's the calm before the storm. The Game Awards is coming. That's true. That's very true, Orphan. Yeah, we're very close. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think about this sometimes, and I'm like, well, okay, like, what if exclusivity did go away? Just like overnight. It's like we're done. It's over. No more. I mean, it's like, I feel like it's impossible for me to imagine that though, because Nintendo's always just there. You know, it like Nintendo's it feels like an impossible hypothetical. I guess if we're just talking about PlayStation, I still maintain the mindset. You know, I talked yesterday about how Sony is not doing what Microsoft is doing. You know, Valve is not necessarily, as of right now, a threat per se to Sony. So, you know, I think it's fine if Sony just keeps doing what they're doing, but I've said previously, and I still believe this. I haven't seen enough evidence to make me believe otherwise, but I still believe that like Sony could announce tomorrow. I realize it's really dark. It's like super blue. It's like super blue. I just realized that because it's like dark outside now. And I don't have an overhead light right now. If Sony were to just like say like we're not doing exclusive games anymore at all, like to any degree, I think you'll see a shitstorm for like a couple weeks. I think you'll see people on the internet, some true, some being truthful, some lying, saying they're done and they're leaving. But I think when the dust settles, I don't know that it would have that, like, I don't want to say you wouldn't see any negative, but I don't, and you know, there is a possibility it could take longer, like it's a slow erosion, but I don't know, man. I just, there's this part of me that wonders, like, have we truly reached a point where it's like if you play on console, you're going to stay on console? But that's where I said with the Steam machine, you know, the Steam machine is something that Sony, I think, does have to at least pay attention to, because it's like, what is the Steam machine? It is a box that you put in your living room to play games. So that's what a PlayStation is. But it's like, well, don't worry, it's going to be $800. Okay, then maybe Sony doesn't have to worry. You know? Okay, that's fine. If you want to buy that box to play our game, go ahead. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Sony's going to go in that direction. They might go in that direction, dude. I mean, I talked about Nishino, but in his last presentation, he was talking about like the future of PlayStation beyond console. And, you know, that was around the same time they put Helldivers on Xbox. So I'm just trying to imagine, like, well, what happens to so many of these conversations if that were to occur? I think at that point, you know, people are just going to be forced to, well, now you got to just focus on the games, which isn't a problem. We focus on the games a lot here, but yeah, it does feel like at that point, it's like you're not going to be able to. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the funny thing. An Xbox is a box that you put in your living room under your TV, and yet Sony put Helldivers on it. The Switch is a device that can be hooked up to your TV, and Sony put Horizon Lego Adventures on it. Sony puts games on PC already, knowing that if you really want to, you can absolutely put your PC, what I mean to say, in your living room. Not saying it'll be the most convenient, but you can do, nothing's stopping you from doing that. Sony knows this. I think Sony's biggest concern isn't exclusivity at this point. I'll be honest. I don't think it is. I say this because I think Sony's biggest concern is how the hell are you going to make next gen affordable? I think that's their biggest concern. Because when you look around from that perspective, the biggest threat is the Switch 2. Man, I don't know if people know that or not. You know, the only thing that could make Sony not really worried about the Switch 2 in terms of pricing is, like, okay, so like if the PS6 has to be $700, not a problem. We're not worried about the Switch 2 because the Switch 2 isn't going to get most of the games that are going to be on PS6 unless they do. At which point Sony has a problem. Potential problem. I don't know. Let me get down to the main point I'm trying to make here. The main point I'm trying to make is that it all comes down to the PS5. That's what I'm trying to say. I think Sony's end game for now, and I think that doesn't make sense. Can the end game change? Maybe end game is the wrong term. I think Sony's short to mid-term future is the PS5. And what I mean by this is I think it's becoming clear that the market is becoming disturbingly volatile. Somehow it almost seems like the market is more volatile than the... Hold on. Yo, wait, we got Mrs. MBG using her milestone saying, hi, it's wife. It's wife. It's your wife. Do you want nuggets or burgers from McDonald's? Yo, what? I think I'll go with burgers. McDonald's has good nuggets, but I think we'll go with burgers. Just make sure you get me some fries. McDonald's has the best fries. Burgers, Miss MBG, 1 Big Mac and a medium Sprite. Yo, that's the craziest milestone chat. Thank you, Mrs. MBG, for asking me. Well, maybe did she text me and she did text me. She texted me and I didn't answer it. She's like, well, there's only one way. How crazy would it be if she super chatted? That'd be crazy. No polygons. McDonald's has the best fries. Dude, McDonald's has amazing fries. Well, I mean, it is. I mean, you get bad fries if they're not made right, at McDonald's. But yeah, I'll go with burgers and fries. We got the Mrs. MBG McDonald's order before GTA 6. Really? Pushing Polygon says, MBG, they used to call me the Fry Daddy when I worked in fast food for over 10 years. That's awesome. We got some Pushing Polygons lore. That's awesome. Yeah, that's true too. They get cold really quick. They got to be just right. If they're too soggy, they're not good. If they're overcooked, I mean, obviously they got to be just right. Have just the right ratio of salt. Some Heinz ketchup. I don't know that it gets better than that. I don't know. Like maybe somewhere it does, but I don't know where that would be. But that's all I was trying to say. I'll wrap it up here because I mean, holy crap, we're beyond 4 hours again. Mayo on fries. I'm just saying Sony's going to probably have to lean on the PlayStation 5 for many, many years to come. And I think next gen has the potential to be disrupted. Not by Microsoft, not by Valve, not by Nintendo. I think next gen has the potential to be disrupted by just the volatility of the economy and the market. And I think Sony is just trying to keep themselves in a position where they can pivot if need be, where maybe tomorrow exclusivity is important to try to sell the PS6. Maybe the next day it's not, because actually the PS6 is going to be $750 or $800, and exclusivity doesn't really matter at that point. At that point, it's how low can we get the PS5 price point to keep selling PS5s. I really think this is what we're looking at. And the fact that we're seeing RAM prices, like, dude, we might be looking down the barrel of a second PS5 price increase in 2026. That's including the Pro. And we're really starting to look at a conversation where no matter how much leaked documentation says Sony wants to sell the PS6 at an affordable price point, they just might not be able to. You think they could do a super slim PS5? I mean, we'll see, man. This is a bizarre generation. I don't think consoles are going away. But I'll put it to you this way. If console ran the risk of hitting a ceiling just due to the nature of diminishing returns, where how much better can it really get? How do we sell a next gen? It's been, I think, that process has been, that the hitting of that ceiling has been and will continue to be expedited by these price increases. So I really think, if anything, exclusivity is going to become less and less of a conversation. And that conversation, I think, is going to be replaced by pricing. Just like, so how much is all this shit? Like, I think the conversation is going to start turning into, like, are the people who buy consoles to play games like Call of Duty and Madden and Fortnite and all that stuff, like, are they still going to do that when the prices start to go to $600-$700? I don't know. They should put it up to $1,000 for GTA 6's release. Do you know how pissed Rockstar would be? Oh, what's this? PS6 games might not be that big in size despite superior graphics. Oh, yeah, I think I remember covering this. It's interesting. We'll see, man. Burger King. Well, that's a good point, Gaming Striver saying, MBG, where else do console players go? There's nowhere cheaper. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's a good question. I'm not sure. Because it's not like it would be cheaper. See, what Sony has to maintain is the value proposition, of like, listen, you can go to PC and you'll have more versatility, but you will pay more. It's going to be expensive to invest in PC. You will have less versatility with this console, but you will have games. You'll be able to play the games that you want. And it's not going to cost you as much. Not going to be cheap, the cheapest, but it's not going to cost as much either. It's going to be that in between. Sony, that's their biggest concern, I think, man. I think that more than anything will cause people to either buy or not buy a console, more than exclusivity ever would. I don't like if Sony is forced to put out a PS6. It's like, guys, this is an $800 console because we have no choice. But Spider-Man 3 and Naughty Dog's second game and Venom, they're PS6 only. So, is that going to work? I don't think so. I think people will look at those games and be like, holy shit, those games are amazing and I want to play them. But it's like, wait, $800? I don't want them that much. I don't want them that bad. And that's what I'm saying. But it's like, you could sell a PS6 for $800 and you could sell those games on that PS6 for $800 or, for $70 a pop or whatever. But really what's going to be more important than that, and the hardcore will probably buy it. Enthusiasts, people are like, yeah, give me the PS6. Give me the PS6 version. I'll pay for it. But what's really going to be important is you still got to be selling PS5s at $500 and these games have to be on PS5. That's going to be the most important. I'm telling you, I think that's what we're looking at. And I think what's really going to happen is next gen isn't going to feel like it truly starts until 2031 or some shit. 2030. I think that's what we're looking at, man. And I know that doesn't sound the most exciting, but I'm just trying to be realistic in my evaluation of it. And it'll be interesting to compare the first 5 years of the PS6 to the PS5 when we get there. That sounds weird. It does. It does. And I could be, this is just speculation. I could be completely wrong. I could be totally wrong, dude. MBG, they can't ever price out the normies. The normies define which games are popular or not. That's true, too. I mean, I could see if things got really dire, and I mean shit hits the fan dire. Sony's back is now against the wall, and it's not their fault. I could see them. It would be truly unthinkable. No, never mind. They couldn't do that either. I was going to say they'll announce a cheaper console during the generation. We're 2 years into the PS6 and we're introducing the cheaper PS6, the less powerful, cheaper PS6. But see that's the PS5. Well, Moore's Law is dead when he was. I mean, they could do that. Moore's Law is dead. He had this speculation where he was like, Sony could make, a Series S PS6 with the APU that's going to be inside of the handheld. And so theoretically, if Sony wanted to, they could come out and they could be like, here's the PS6 hardware lineup. PS6 handheld, PS6, which would actually just be the handheld APU inside of a box. And it could be even, and the thing about that is it could be cheaper than the handheld. That's the beautiful part about it. It's beautiful. It's not beautiful. It's that's the clincher, really, is that like it would be cheaper than the handheld. So really what we're looking at, what Sony could do, and this is not outlandish. Like this, they might have to do this if the shit hits the fan economically, which is looking like it's happening. Especially in the tech sector with RAM and shit. They're going to have the PS6, which is going to actually seem super underpowered because it's using the APU that's in the handheld PS6. But it will be the cheapest entry point to the PS6 because it's not shipping a screen, battery, it's going to have to ship a DualSense, but it's going to save on some cost. So it'll be the cheapest, and maybe they could keep that at like $500. Oh God, actually, that might be what they have to do. The more I think about it, like they might have to do that, dude. And what will actually happen at that point is that version is the $500 entry point home console. Then you have the PS6 handheld, which is the same exact thing, slightly more expensive, but because it's a handheld, and you get it in a handheld form factor, and it's dockable. So you can have both. And then you have the PS6 Pro. Yes, that's right. The PS6 Pro will launch day and date with these devices. That's the $800, $900 beast that's souped up. Or, it's beyond the PS5 Pro. It's well beyond the PS5. If not well beyond, that's, all the bells and whistles. I think, I know that sounds... And Capcom, where you're saying casuals are the core PS5 buyers, they may say F no. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like this idea I'm having in my head, Sony might have no choice, dude. If they can't keep the cost of what is supposed to be the regular PS6 home console in check, they might be in a world of shit, and they may have to make drastic times call for drastic measures, bro. It does it. You're saying it sounds like a big mess. It could be horrifically bad. I mean that it's so, what I'm describing is so dangerous. And that's the thing. Yeah, you're saying Sony will just say buy a PS5. That's why I'm not sure that it makes any sense. But I don't know, man. This is where Sony's going to have to thread that fucking needle where it's like, listen, Sony, there's going to be 3 consoles in rotation here, and you have to decide. It's either going to be the PS5 with the PlayStation 6 handheld and the PS6. It's either going to be that, or you're going to try to replace the PS5 with a It sounds so funny, dude. You're going to have to replace the PS5 with what is essentially a PS5 disguised as a PS6. I know that sounds so insane. That sounds batshit insane, but no joke. Like, they have to decide what they're going to do. Because think about it like this. The most difficult decision that Sony's going to have to make is how they market this. And their marketing, you want to talk about a big mess? The thing that makes it the big mess is if they screw up the marketing and the messaging. That will kill it faster than anything. We've seen that time and time again in this space. The messaging has to be locked in, on point, clear and concise, minimal confusion. I think, are you saying people won't pay for that? And that's going to be the tough part, man. Is like, I'm telling you, like Sony's going to have to embrace the fact that next gen is not going to be as it's like the PS5 is the peak. And I don't mean that from a fan, I think from a fan perspective, the PS6 gen will be better than the PS5. Like you will, like I think PlayStation fans will be hype. But in terms of like mass market penetration, right? I don't think unless the PS6 comes out at $500, I don't think so, dude. even if the PS6 comes out at $600, that's still going to be kind of bad. I mean, we're looking at a messy ass situation because the fucking dude, the PS5 is $550 right now, man. I mean, it was Black Friday, but if the price goes up again next year in 2026 due to RAM shortages or the expense of RAM, saying it's releasing in 2 fucking years, chill, MBG. Yeah, I know. The truth is a lot could change. A lot. I mean, there could be dramatic changes that make it so it's like, yep, PS6, here you go, $499. And it's like, all this conversation was just not pointless. It's fun to speculate, but I just think Sony is, they're not dumb. Like they see Jesus Christ, Gaming Survivor. My Lord, help us. Help us. Everything's going to be all right. Everything's going to be okay. Chad is here. Chad, what are we looking at? Should Sony be worried? Chad, how do you feel about exclusivity? Interesting. Chad says exclusives are horrible and they should die and go away. They're horrible for consumers. That looks like RichRod waiting for you to play his songs. Where's Boss? This is Boss. This is the new Boss. Chadley. Saying you don't care as long as we get more single-player games. Interesting. You think the best for the PS5 is yet to come. Why do I see Elmo's face in that bowl? I just don't understand my brain. Chad is scaring me. Don't look too deeply into his eyes. Yeah. See some eldritch horrors, bro. Be careful. Wolverine's going to be amazing. Yeah, I'm very excited for Wolverine, man. Yeah, I don't know. I am probably greatly overthinking the PS6 situation, but I can't help it. I mean, I'm going to be honest. It's also because there's just not... Why is Bloodborne trending again, bro? There's just like no gaming news at the moment. I don't know why Bloodborne's trending. I think it's because of different art. Leak details from Software's ambitious Switch 2 exclusive Duskbloods. Let's go see what's on the For You section. I put out a post. I said, was Ghost of Yotei judged? I actually used the wrong two. Was Ghost of Yotei judged too harshly, or did it deserve the intense criticism it received? Good Coffee Gaming. I don't know who this person is, but they got like 800 likes on their post, which is more than mine by a long shot. And they said, intense criticism. It has an 86 on Metacritic, Game Award nominations, sold 3.3 million in a month, and is the 10th best-selling game in the U.S. in 2025. Y'all give them Twitter goofs too much credit. That's fair. That's fair. But you know what's weird though is like, I think people are. I've seen some interesting replies to this post, and I don't think people understand that. Like well, to be fair, I guess they couldn't infer this from the post, but I'm on the side that I think the criticism has been too intense. You know? Guys, how's the audio? It's sent, for some reason I got a notification from YouTube that the audio bit rate is not high enough. Are you guys having any issues? Did you notice any change? We good? MBG, the reactions on your Twitter post about Yote are fucking hilarious. Everything sounds good? All right. My Twitter section is always chaos. Yeah, well, yeah, I can't. Like, people get mad at me. Oh, man. I can't read that reply. Intense criticism. All right, maybe. Oh, wait, judged too harshly while talking about one of the most critically acclaimed games of the year is interesting rage bait. Dude, this is, you know what's weird about doing Twitter is like sometimes you realize at moments like this that like sometimes you can become the rage baiter without realizing it. Because I swear when I constructed that tweet, like I'm beginning to realize like, oh, this was taken a certain way. Oh, Jesus God. Oh, Irfan, get that shit off my timeline, bro. Or Lady Gamer, get that shit off my timeline. What is that? Cursed. Text doesn't determine tone. That's true. That's true. But you know what I think? I realize now reading it back and seeing the way it's I realize the mistake. The mistake here is, and I guess I didn't realize this when I constructed this post, is I'm inadvertently validating the worst types of people. Because the more you think about it, it's like the intense criticism, or the more I think about it, and I guess this is where I didn't quite realize it. The intense criticism, the most intense criticism, is coming from probably some crazy people. If not crazy people, people who are, again, like they're not being rational or fair in their judgments. So I guess by me saying it and wording it that way, it's basically it's like it can be interpreted as, so you're saying these criticisms are like, the assumption is we pay attention to these criticisms. But do we not? You could say I like turtles and it becomes rage bait. MBG, if you just put I don't agree with the criticism before, oh yeah, true, yeah, that would protect me, I guess. Well, it's Twitter, I can't take it seriously. I want to, trust me, like I want to take Twitter seriously. I'm not allowed to. It's literally bad for your health to take it seriously. But it's also it's interesting to observe sometimes. But some of the criticism I get for using Twitter is like, you're just looking for engagement. It's like, yes. Should I be looking for something else on Twitter? I will say, I've been seeing some slightly increased payouts on Twitter. Nothing too substantial. But I made more money on Twitter in the last month and a half than I had previously. I don't know what's going on with Twitter. Like, there was a point where I was making $2 on Twitter, and then there was a point where I was making $30 on Twitter. And I think my last payout from Twitter was $90 or something. I'm like, yo, oh, okay, all right, $90. That's not too bad. I'll take that. Don't get me wrong. It's not, again, I can't get stressed about Twitter because it's $90 is not enough for me to get stressed. I can't justify getting stressed on a platform that makes me $90 in 30 days. That's not reasonable. If it was like $900, I'd care more. Yeah, it's like, okay, this is worth maybe caring about. $900 is a consequential amount of money. Absolutely. But Grok is the only thing that makes X fun to see. Younger MBG was smarter pre-Twitter, just saying. You're right, Gaming Survivor, you are right, though. Well, younger MBG Gaming Survivor, I'm not sure. Like, older MBG, I guess younger MBG is the proper way to say it. I don't know how he would fare today. Maybe he would thrive. Maybe I could tap into that. But I think I'm too late, you know? I think if I wanted to lean into like a caricature, maybe not that extreme, but just kind of like I want it to be more of like a hey guys, I got something to say today. Let me show you what I got to like. We got to really lean into this here, you know, but like really try to, go deep into it. I think the problem is that I'm too late. You know, like people have already done this. People have already established themselves these days where like the difference, like, listen, the thing is when I was doing this back in like 2018, 2019, 2020, it was not an act. That's the thing about it, is it was like, that was genuine. I wasn't yelling because I wanted more attention or because I'm trying to keep your attention. I was yelling because I had something to yell about. What I felt like I had something to yell about. These days, I don't know. Maybe I'm more. I sometimes I just feel like I don't have it in me because it's like I didn't think I was yelling at a wall back then. Now I realize I am. Like, I didn't used to, when I would talk about this stuff, I didn't bring up examples. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't bring up, like, here's a video that I came across, or here's, like, a tweet that I came across, or here's, like, a Reddit post. Look at this idiot. You know? I've thought about doing that. It could be fun. I'm not going to lie. It could be fun. But it feels like, my God, man. Like the thing that would eat at me if I chose to do that is I'm giving the worst people attention that do not like, this is their goal. Their end goal is to show up on somebody's feed or show up on somebody's stream or video or whatever. That's their end goal. That's all that matters to them. And if that happens, even though I could benefit from that, probably viewership wise, financially, I could make that work for me. I would know that it's working for them too. It would be a symbiotic type of relationship there. And I don't know that I'm comfortable with that because it's like, no. Like, I actually think what you're saying is, like, I think you're genuinely stupid. You know? If not stupid, I think you're genuinely an asshole. Like, I don't want you to get anything. And if that means I have to settle for less, then so be it. But that's the problem, is like, we're we are, holy shit, yeah, we're at the 4.5 hour mark. You miss MBG and Crackdown 3. You wouldn't get out of bed for $90. Today's big streamers are yellers. That's true. I hate that, man. I think there's something to that. I think the reason why yelling is more prevalent than ever is because, dude, you are fighting with everything. You are fighting with Roblox. You are fighting with TikTok. You are fighting with Shorts. You are fighting with fucking every form of stimuli that, and you're trying to catch the attention of people where it's like, you have to catch their attention. And that one of the easiest ways to do that is you got to fucking yell, bro. You got to talk like the shit is going down, son. Are you in or you out? You know, it's you got to be like the way I was February of last year during the Xbox podcast. The official Xbox. You got to be like that. I'm bad, dude. I'm bad. You guys don't know what's wrong with me. If I ever I know it seems like there have been times where I let my thoughts rip on like, and that's why it's fun. Like people, they're like, "Oh, you're too PG or you're too soft." It's like, no, I'm choosing not to go in that direction because I will take it. I will take it to a place it should not go, and it would be bad for my health. It would be bad for my channel. It would be bad. And I do have that in me. I hate to say it, but I just, it's a matter of like, do we really, honestly, like there's words that if I said them on YouTube, my channel would actually get demonetized. Like there are just certain things that, not like slurs or anything like that. I don't talk like that, but I mean, just like there's certain swear words that YouTube is like, oh, no. Nope. I don't know why, but dude, sometimes I say shit so out of pocket, dude. My wife is like, "What the fuck?" Like I'm telling you, it's like, and I'm like, maybe this is just how I should talk. No, I'm not a badass. It's not about being badass. I'm not a badass. No, I'm not a Boy Scout either, though. But I'm not a badass. Like I'm not like some tough guy. But it's like if I wanted to make my words work for me, and I wanted to make my words, depending on who I'm talking to, if you're a sensitive person, I could make my words hurt you. If you're not a sensitive person, my words may not hurt you, but they will catch your attention. If anything, just for the entertainment. I can do that. I'm perfectly capable of doing that. And it's fun to think about doing that sometimes, but I'm like, I can't do it, man. Like it's because I want to and I don't want to. I don't think it's a good look. And I think I would be I think I would just attract the wrong type of people. Where it's like, guys, some of you are actually like this, like for real, and I'm not. I don't like you. Go away. I don't want to become not even a slave. I don't want to become a victim of my own audience, Where it's like, dude, it's why like I don't get upset at people who come to my channel and are like, I fucking hate Xbox. Like seriously, with a passion. It's like, all right, I'm not going to be mad because it's like, well, I guess it makes sense that you would find your way to this channel at some point. Just like I have PlayStation players who come in here and are like I will forsake Sony if they put Spider-Man on Xbox or like just this level of intensity where I'm like, all right, I mean, I guess that makes sense too, But I just can't bring myself to pander to either of that because it's like, fuck you, like I'm sorry, but it is. It's like I'm not I can't It's why, not to like bring it up, but it's like when I did that stream for Ghost of Yotei, like people thought I was now pandering to a specific audience. It's like I'm not. But that's the nature of the internet. There's a corner everywhere, and it's like, dude, you can't be like you're good. Any stance you choose to take, you're gonna get sucked into a vortex somewhere. You can't stand alone anymore. It's impossible. And that's why when it comes to like streamers, it's mostly drama now because it's like all it takes is a streamer to say one thing. It's like, oh, so you're aligned with that now, huh? So that's what you really think, huh? It's like, well, no, hold on. It's like, nope, too late. Like you made your bed. And it's like, how the saying goes, like you either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Like that is such a true and enduring statement, and it's true for everybody. Like, dude, you either got to leave when you're in the sun or you got to embrace the darkness because it's coming. Can't stay in the sun forever. Hate and love are two sides of the same coin. Yeah, they say there's a thin line. Seen a clip of Asmon doing an interview with a YouTube live streamer. Told them to get on Twitch as ad revenue is so good for the smaller streamers. Asmon costs Twitch hundreds of thousands a year not running ads. Shit, man. Maybe I'll have to do that. That's the whole thing. When I was trying to do Twitch, I was on my way to trying to getting monetized, and I was this close. I didn't want to do it though because I'm like, I don't want to, like, if I get this Twitch channel monetized, I'm going to have to commit to it. But maybe I should. Maybe I should. I don't know. Irfan, you're saying you have nearly 80K people on Twitter. Do some spaces and talk. I'm sure tons of people will show up. Also help your YouTube a lot. Yeah, well, I don't know how to, like, I'm not trying to be a dick, but it's like, I will not talk on YouTube outside of tweets unless I'm getting paid. Like, I'm just saying, because I don't want to be there. Like, genuinely. And I don't know how to monetize that. I don't know if you can monetize Twitter in that way. I haven't looked too deeply into it. And I'm not trying to come off like an asshole, but it's like, like Twitter is like a place like I need to be paid to be here. Now, granted, I don't mind tweets because, you know, you can get a little dopamine hit, you know? Oh, look, I just put out this. Like, I saw somebody got mad that I tweeted. I asked, like, what's the best PlayStation? And it's like, I get it. It's like somebody got mad and they were like, stop fucking asking this question. Like, we're tired of it. And I'm like, dude, how did this tweet hurt you? Like, there's, like, listen, man, there's a lot to be angry about on Twitter. Like, really, this is the one that upsets you? Me asking what's the best PlayStation? Like, come on. Is it there for engagement? Yes. Do I read through some of the replies? Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what people say. But, like, fuck, man, it's like, like, come on. I'm not your enemy here. What the fuck? Wouldn't that be beneficial to you and your family to monetize a Twitch channel? It probably would be. Yeah, I'm probably at some point. I don't want to say when, but I just got to be ready to readjust. Like, I'm so used, dude. I know it sounds so stupid, but changing my user interface for streaming is going to be such an adjustment for me. And I tried to do it with I'm so used to YouTube's that the streaming service I use, they allow you to combine it, but it looks so different that I'm like, I can't, like, this is killing me. So, like, my only other option is to switch back and forth between the two constantly, and I'm like, I don't know about that. But I should probably try to figure it out.
Phil the Pickle Slayer, you are disgusting. Kojima equals booty eater, you disgust me. Both you are man booty eaters, and I hope the whole studio becomes homeless.
Bro, RichRod. He says, Phil the Pickle Slayer, you're both booty eaters. He says he hopes IO goes homeless. What is wrong with this man? RichRod's got that energy, though. He's got that energy. He's at it again. MBG, streaming reminds me of customer service, public-facing jobs. You have to deal with the crazies, bro. It's true. MBG, you are allergic to what is popular. LOL. YouTube is memed on by other platforms for live. Why all banned people end up here? Doc, we see you. I never thought about that. Why do the banned ones come here? Oh my God. Dude, I never thought about that. That is crazy. I've always had this problem. My friend, my good friend, he always points this out about me. He's like, do you realize you're just contrarian? And he gets so annoyed with me. And I'm like, dude, I swear I'm not trying to be. Like, there's being contrarian for the sake of it, because it's like, well, I'm going to be the opposite. Like, and then there's like, you just are naturally. And I promise you, with so many things, not everything, but so many things, I just am. And I don't mean to be. I'm not trying. I'm not trying to say, like, you know what? I don't want to do what's cool or what's popular. I don't know. Like, I truthfully, like, the reason why I started streaming on YouTube is just because I'm like, well, this is where my audience is. Do you know what I really sometimes regret? not establishing streaming on another channel, because I do find this issue arises sometimes where I'm I want to make videos on the channel and I don't do shorts because it's going to get too messy. It's already too messy. I'm trying to do videos, I'm trying to do streams, I'm trying to do members content. And it all has to be on the same place. And I know how YouTube works. And I know people are like, bro, I don't want to see all this shit. I just want to watch your video. What is all this? But I can't like just move my channel. You know what I mean? Like I can't say, guys, I opened a second channel, MBG2, which is for streaming, because this is where all my membership gifts are. This is where my membership badges are. People have membership badges that have been going for 3, 4, 5 years. You know, I can't just move it. So the only other option is I have to make a second channel where that's where I put my videos. But then if I do that, I'm potentially risking losing video revenue, whatever I make there. And then they're going to be split. And I'm like, this is, I don't know. It's a bit of a messy situation, but that's why I chose to stream on YouTube, because I'm like, it's what I know. You know, it's where my audience is. RichRod had his ears blown off in the console wars. No one can tell him it's over. Yeah, dude, I like State of Decay. Everybody else seems to hate it. That's a prime example. I don't get it. I have that MBG Plus channel, and I'm trying to figure out what to do with that. I set it up, but I don't know what to do with it. I was thinking about putting clips of my streams over there, but then I'm like, dude, that doesn't really make sense because all of my streams are timestamped. You get what I'm saying? Like if I give you the topics I'm discussing in the title and the stream is timestamped. So basically, like if you want a clip, it's already there on this channel. So I don't know that a clips channel makes any sense, because it's a lot of extra work on my part, and I wouldn't mind doing it, but I don't want to do it if it's like, dude, this is not going anywhere because this is pointless. Like nobody cares. Like if people want to know, like for example, I was like, maybe I'll make a clip. I'll clip out my section of my stream the other day where I just talk about the PlayStation Portal, and then literally as I went to that stream and I saw the timestamp, like, oh no, it's right there. It's right there. Like what would the purpose be of me lifting that out and then putting it somewhere else where there's like, which I appreciate those of you who are subscribed to that second channel, but like 700 subscribers. Like what is the purpose here? Where am I going with this? So I thought maybe I'll make it like a shorts channel. I don't know. I don't know what to do, truthfully. But yeah, it's a shame, Ryan. But actually, I'm realizing I may have to wrap. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. My God. 5 hours and only 5 memberships? I'm going to throw a tantrum. How dare you? How dare you?
World premiere. World premier. Brand new artist. Some say she's the next Celine Dion.
MBG begins to throw tantrum about not getting enough memberships. Cue RichRod. All right, guys, listen. Y'all got 5 minutes. RichRod, you want me to play your world premiere? I only got 5 memberships today, bro. Yeah, I mean, I guess you're right, Capcom lawyer. Maybe I am making excuses. It's just because I don't want to. I've made the mistake so many times in the past of biting off more than I can chew. And every time I do it, it yields lesser results. Like it's bad because it's like I gas myself up and I'm like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do this too. And I have this vision in my head. And then I realize like, dude, you're not working within the limits of, like my limitations are not great, you know, where it's like, you're not considering like, dude, your vision and what you want to be versus like the actual practicality of doing it. And, you know, granted, I think it's because, like, dude, I'm an all or nothing type of person with an addictive personality. It's quite dangerous for me, actually. I realize that the greatest danger in my life is becoming too obsessive with things. I remember my father told me many years ago, he's like, Johnny, the greatest problem in your life is going to be obsession. And I was really young when he said that. I'm like, okay, I don't know what that means, but anyway. And he's right. He's totally right. And, you know, I think one of the reasons I think it's fear more than anything. It's not necessarily laziness, because I put in a lot of effort with everything I do. Anything I care about, I put a lot of effort into, or try to anyway. I put energy into. I'm just afraid that, like, I don't know. I'm afraid I'm going to get lost in it, truthfully. And I question what it is I'm after. And it's like, well, you want money, right? I mean, that's what everybody hears. That's why everybody's doing what they're doing, because they need to make money to make a living. There's nothing wrong with that. There's no shame in that. And I get to this point where, like, okay, well, how much do I need? You know? Because I'm not trying to get rich. I'm not trying, like, I want to improve my life, but I'm not necessarily like I'm not chasing anything either. Like, I've made it further in my life than I feel like I should have. I had the cards stacked against me, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, dude, I got lucky in some instances. And I try to look at it as like, yeah, I try to view the money as a means to an end, to a greater purpose. What's that purpose got to be? If the purpose is like taking care of my family, taking care of everything I got to take care of, and trying to hopefully one day save some money and, you know, keep things stable. You know, that's where it's like, well, I don't know if I could be making like a grave mistake by not exploring these other avenues, you know, where it's like, well, like today, for example, it's like, you got 5 memberships, dude. You know, is that enough? Well, no, I put my goal at 25. I put that goal. So I was actually thinking about like creating a monthly goal to be like, here's exactly how much I need to just maintain what I'm doing here. You know, the bare minimum of like, I'm not asking for more. Like, this is what would be needed. But then I don't know if that works, because it's like people are going to be like, bro, why are you asking for that amount of memberships? It's like, no, that's over 30 days. And then what happens if I don't hit it? So sometimes it's just, you know, it's just, it feels, sometimes it's like, it's better to just, you know, just try to go with the flow and maybe let spontaneity take over at times. Because I'll tell you, one thing that younger MBG was that I'm not now is I was way more spontaneous. And I was way more aggressive, though, because I'm like, I don't know, I just didn't give a shit as much. And I think that worked for me, where I'm like, I got something to say, I'm going to say it. And I'm taking no prisoners. But even then, I like barely got that aggressive. like, you know, I kept it within reason. Vision is the beginning of the journey, not the end of the journey. But like bodybuilding requires discipline. Yes. Oh, my stream just crapped out. Rich just like, play my song. Money is a means to an end. And you're not building for today, MBG. You got to think about John at 73. I really, really, really struggle with that. That's hard. That's really hard, man. I definitely don't make decisions thinking about my future self. And you think I would, because my current self is, you know, in some instances paying for decisions for a lack of foresight that I had 10 years ago. And I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that's my greatest flaw at the end of the day. But I struggle with motivation, if I'm being real. I noticed that. Like, and that's been, boss, get your ass off of that, bro. My God. That's been like the biggest thing. And yeah, I'm going to finish Rebirth in my 70s. My biggest thing has been motivation these days. I'll just give you like we'll do like 5 more minutes of streaming here. I have a lot of times where I just don't have any motivation. Like, even like a base level. And it's like not good. And I'm like, well, this is a problem. And I don't know if it's normal. That's the thing. Like, I get to a point where I'm like, I'm not sure if this is depression. You know, like sometimes I think I might have to figure out, I might have to get evaluated to find out if I'm suffering from bipolar disorder, because that runs very deeply in my family. And I think if I find out I'm bipolar, people will be like, yeah, we knew, bro. But I'm starting to show like more prominent signs of like, well, there's depression, and then there's like a depressive episode where like you're like way, like you're falling at a rapid rate, that like that downshift where like that motivation is non-existent. You know, take K2 plus D3, 5-HTP, L-theanine. I think that the K2 D3, I might have that. The 5-HTP, I've heard of that. Never heard of L-theanine. L-tyrosine? Well, yeah, I mean, I try to do stuff that's good for me. Like, I heard fish oil is good for stuff like that. I take fish oil. I take creatine. I take ashwagandha. You know, I do take some stuff. And I guess I'm just saying this because it's like, dude, it gets to a point where I'm like, I want to do a better job on my channel itself. Like, I think one of the reasons why I struggle and I have this fear of like, I don't think I'm going to worry about trying to go beyond what I'm doing on YouTube, because I got to get what I'm doing on YouTube right first. And a lot of times I don't feel like I'm getting it right. You know, like I stream, of course. I want the streams to be better, you know, like I know, like, for example, like a day like today, I don't know how interested people are in this topic. You know, Rich needs to calm down, bro. I don't know how interested people are in this topic, and I don't know what the turnout's going to be like, and I don't know what the support's going to be like, but it's like, you know, this is, I think, the most relevant topic that I could conjure up today without trying to artificially, because like, guys, there's just a certain reality that I can't, and I think sometimes this is why I lack motivation, is like, there's a certain reality that I can't ignore where like, if my title of my stream today was, just for shits and giggles, if I made it like, Xbox and PC fanboys, closet fanboys are melting down and ignoring the truth, or just some loaded shit like that. Like, that's gonna get more viewership. Like, by bar none. That's going to get more engagement. That's going to boost all of the numbers. And it's because there's an expectation where it's like, yo, MBG is about to go off, and there's going to be conflict. You know, there's going to be a certain level of conflict, if not driven by anger and frustration, driven by comedy, and like we're clowning around, or if it's not that, it's going to be something else. You know, but the point is, like, that is going to catch the attention of a lot more people than, hey, let's evaluate the PS5 5 years later. You know, and I think about that and I'm like, well, I don't know what the best thing for my channel is. I don't. Because let me rephrase that. I do know what the best thing for my channel is. If I wanted to just treat this purely like a business, like, nothing's personal here. This is just a business, and I'm going to treat it that way. I know exactly what to do. I know exactly what to do and how to do it. I'm not saying I'd be perfect at it. I'd have to improve upon it over time, but I would know exactly what to do. I can't do that. I maybe one day I will, but for now I can't, because it's like, listen, the things I get, I will become the thing that I hate. That's why I can't do it. That's why I will become the thing that I witness on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, and I look at it and I'm like, I hate you. Like, maybe not you, maybe I don't know you, but I hate that you do this. I hate what so much of this has become. I hate what most of this, if not all of this, has become. And I hate the fact, it's like, and I get it, because at the end of the day, it's like, well, MBG, nobody's putting a gun to your head, dude. You don't have to do this. That's the bitter truth, right? It is just bitter, because it's like, you're right. I don't have to do this. Like, I could go do anything else in the world. And so nobody is putting a gun to my head. And nobody's telling me that I have to run my channel a certain way. It just always boils down to the same thing, which is, trying to honestly evaluate, like, what is it that you want to do and achieve, and how do you plan to get there? And I feel defeated a lot of times. I'm going to be honest. I do. Because I feel like, well, I know what I want, but I don't know how to get there, because the way in which that I want to get there, I don't think it's possible. Not today, anyway. The only thing I can settle on is I have to wait. I have to wait. I have to be paid. I have to bide my time. Where it's like, you maybe one day can get where you want to get, but it's going to take things are going to have to change. There's what you're in control of and the things you're not in control of. And right now, a lot of things that you can't control are having a tangible and real impact on everything you're doing here. And you can try to do something about it, but it's probably only going to make things worse. So you might just have to hold on, and like wait it out. But that feels weird to me, because it's like, well, no, I'm not. I've never really been that type of person where it's like I can be patient, but my patience wears thin. And saying nah, conflict is not for you. It takes tough skin 24/7. You got to not give an F or be baited. Yeah, I don't know that conflict is for me per se, unless like it would take it's because I take, like, to me it's real, right? So like, for example, if I engage with somebody and they say something that I'm like, oh fucking hell no, bro. Are you stupid? Like, are you serious right now? There ain't no way. And it's like grinding my gears. I'm always coming from the angle that, and actually that calms me down, because it's like, oh my God, they are serious. Wow, that okay. Like I'm sorry that I took that seriously. Like I hope you figure your shit out, bro. You know what I mean? Like, and I feel like the conflict just immediately dissolved, because I'm like, I just actually feel bad for that person. Like they don't have a clue. But then there's something I've been encountering a lot for the past 2 years, and it's gotten so much worse this year. And that thing that I'm encountering is it's the actor. It's the, oh, like, you're not stupid. You're not stupid at all. You know exactly what you're saying, you know exactly what you're doing, and you know you're a manipulator. You're an actor, you're a manipulator, and you are a deceiver. And that is now, the problem is not that exists. That's always been a thing. The problem is that now those types of people are a dime a dozen. And people are only getting better and better at it. And the internet's getting crazier and crazier, where it's like, it's becoming easier and easier to learn how to become that type of person. And the internet rewards that person more than anybody. The only risk is you can't get caught. You cannot get, if you get caught, you're made, and it's over. But there are plenty of people where it's like, they're skilled enough where it's like, just do not get caught. Don't fuck up. Follow the rules, never break the rules, win. Period. That's it. And that, unfortunately, like, I maybe I'm wrong, and maybe it is my perception, but I've realized earlier this year, and this is what has killed my motivation, is that that's what this has turned into. unfortunately, that's what this has turned into, where if you try to be a real person, you will expose yourself, because anybody who's truly being real is showing they're showing who they are, and who you are as a human being. And a human being is flawed inherently. A human being is going to make mistakes. A human being is going to be hypocritical. A human being is going to hurt themselves unknowingly. And that's what causes people to hone that skill, if you want to call it a skill, but to build that persona, to build that act up, because that's really, there is almost like has to be an unspoken rule where it's like, guys, whether you believe this is truly me or not doesn't matter. The only page we have to be on is you accept this as me and you're okay with it. And there's something almost kind of pure to be found there if you look, I mean, if we're really looking, like digging deep. But that's really what it is, you know? People get caught all the time, but if they have an audience, they usually shift to something else. Well, actually, yeah, that's true too. If you're talking about like people being bigger, or, you know, sometimes people leverage the nature of the internet. One of the things that has, this is a major shift I've noticed in the last 6 years of doing this. I've been doing this for like close to 10 years, but the biggest shift I noticed is the speed. The speed, bro, where it's like, sometimes people can manipulate it in such a way where it's like, you got caught, doesn't matter. It's the next day. We're on to the next fucking 10 different things. It's like, but what about what? And I'm all for that, because it's like, yeah, that's embracing the nature of the internet. But then you realize, like, there's always going to be people that don't operate that way, where they're like, no, I remember. The streets don't forget, right? And that creates some interesting situations from time to time. But MBG, you'd be surprised how many industries are performative and you have to fake shit. Yeah, like and that can be fine. And that can be fun. And sometimes that's necessary. Like sometimes you need, like, sometimes that can be the professionalism of it, where it's like, you don't want to, like, I'm not trying to be the same way to an audience of 100 or 200 people or more than that I am, you know, like, this is literally exactly how I am if we were just sitting on the sofa hanging out together in my living room. Maybe that's not always good, you know, because I don't know. Some people like that, some people don't. But there is again, there's always a risk with all of it. You want to be an actor, you want to play the game, so to speak. You will have a layer of protection as long as you keep it up. But the risk associated with it is you have something that can be exposed. You have something that's hidden. And if it is exposed, you have to find a way out of it, and you have to work with it, around it, or through it. And that can be much worse than if you were just yourself from the beginning. You know what I mean? If you just like were like, no, this is actually who I am. And yeah, it's very fascinating to really, boss, and also, you know, disturbing sometimes to see this. Come on, dude. Sorry, there's just not enough space. But I don't know. There's just, we're all capable of different things. And I think that sometimes you do, like I talked about spontaneity earlier, and it's like sometimes in order to find out what you're truly capable of, boss, I'm going to show you what I'm capable of, boy. Stop that. Sometimes to find out what you're truly capable of, you have to just say fuck it. And you know what they say, you know how the saying goes, like, shoot first, ask questions later. And was that a Kratos line, Irfan? I didn't realize that. What did I say? That's not true. Capcom lore, that's not true, bro. That's bait. That's bait right there. It wouldn't be shocking though, would it? But yeah, anyway, I don't want to keep going on. How many hours deep are we into this? Oh my God. Okay, we're beyond the 5-hour mark. All right. Well, yeah, I guess at this point, Rich, I told you I'm not playing the song unless we hit the goal, bro. We literally we got 1 5 bomb from Hellbound today. And you know what that was good for? That was good for securing boss his treats. All right, Rich, I'm trying to run a business, bro. What do you expect from me? Oh, yeah. That was a great line. That was a great section, and that was in Ragnarok, right? You're saying the songs bring memberships in the future? All right, we'll see if that's true. The next time I stream, somebody will have to drop a 20 bomb in RichRod's name so I can play a song. MBG, we can't cut off the internet, but we realize how much we're wasting our time on social media. I left Instagram because of that. And if it wasn't for gaming news, I would have left Twitter long ago. Yeah, if gaming news was removed from Twitter, I would probably go as well. Because that, like, I tried to use Reddit for gaming news, like breaking gaming news, but it's not as quick as Twitter. It's just, it can't be, you know? Twitter's really, like, that's ground zero for, I mean, frankly, that's where a lot of announcements are made. That's where a lot of announcements are made. Boss, go away. You're going to turn off the PC. I'm just letting you guys know if the stream crashes, it's because boss. It's because boss. You're not getting more treats. You have to lose weight, boy. Boy. He's just looking at me like, play RichRod's song? Okay, well, did you hear Mrs. MBG scream? She screamed that shit. All right, fine. Fuck it. You know what? I don't need memberships. We don't need memberships, guys. It's cool. We're fine. We're fine here. Okay. Let's play RichRod's song.
Pickle Slayer walks alone tonight, through shadows deep, through fading light. Flea's crown cracked, his hands hold shame, a legacy burned in a ruthless flame. Ashes
Bro, pushing polygons felt so inspired. Pushing polygons felt so inspired. He dropped 3 membership gifts for you guys. He dropped 3. I guess Rich was right. Pushing polygons was like, that's worth 3 membership gifts. Oh man, pushing polygons. Thank you so much for that, man. That was really kind of you. Really nice of you. Boss, I swear. Get out. I'm gonna have to, dude. Get out. God damn it. Son of a bitch. This damn cat, dude. Like, I don't like the fact he goes over to my PC and my power strip, and he's just looking at me like, and he's like rubbing his ass on it like he's gonna try to get away. I told you to get away. And RichRod, he did it. RichRod did it. He dropped a single, and then Pushing Polygon dropped another. We got to 10. Hold on. There may be hope yet. And Gaming... I should have known Gaming Survivor. Gaming Survivor comes in with another song called 4 Games and a Fib. All right. Well, guys, we'll see. I did say yesterday, you guys would determine how much you like each song with the amount of membership gifts you drop. So RichRod got 5. 4 from Pushing Polygons, RichRod vouching for himself, dropping 1. We'll see how many Gaming Survivor gets. All right. I have no idea what the genre of song is, so I don't know if it's going to be like sad or not.
Games you said just for to play, a dazzling promise like Broadway, but the curtain rose, and what did I find? An empty stage, no treasure to unwind. Phil, oh Phil, what a tale you spun. The best deal turns out there was none. It's a console hustle, a sly little dance, a game pass gambit, a fleeting romance. You played the tune, but the notes were dry. 4 games and a fib. Oh my, oh my. PlayStation struts in a tailored suit, Xbox limps with a scuffed up boot. You sold the dream, a box so grand, but the players see through the sleight of hand. Phil, dear Phil, the brass won't sing if the band is missing its golden ring. It's a console hustle, a sly little dance, a game pass gambit, a fleeting romance. You played the tune, but the notes were dry. 4 games and a fib. Oh my, oh my.
Well, I have to say that was quite the tone shift. Quite the tone shift. Oh, man. No. It's not poop in a bowl. It's Chad. It's Chadley. He was singing along. It's a cupcake. Smells good. Irfan says new soundbite. Oh, yeah, dude, that scream is so common. The goat screaming. Well, guys, I think this is going to be it. It is well decorated, though. It's held together pretty good, I gotta say. It's so cute now that I know it's a turkey. Well, the lighting's a little bit off, to be fair. I mean, in this ominous red light, it's like... I'm trying real hard not to, like, drop it. It's going to fall out of the bowl. But, well, guys, this was a long-ass stream. This was almost a 5.5-hour stream. 5.5-hour stream. Uh-oh.
I asked you.
Oh, damn. All right, I'm not allowed to eat this cupcake now because I called it poop in a bowl. I was just kidding. All right. Where are we at? We're at the 5-hour and 17-minute mark. All right, somebody drops 5 more memberships. I'll go for 5 more minutes. I mean, come on, it looks pretty good, right? Irfan, you're saying, dude, listen, 5 hours is too much. Like, literally no one will watch. Work on that a bit. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes the time gets away from me. Like, normally by this point, I would feel like, I mean, I do feel a little bit drained, but I feel like much worse. I feel okay. I am hungry, though. So, I should probably wrap it up. I gotta go eat my food. Get some gaming in, hopefully. Let me see here. Oh, yeah, I do have the poll. I'm gonna end the poll. You guys can see what was voted on. Grade the PS5's first 5 years. 414 votes. 45% of you rated it or graded it a B. 26% an A. 20% a C and 9% a D. Okay. All right. Not bad. The stream was a wild ride. It was. It was. But that's going to do it, guys. All right. I'm going to wrap it up here. Very, very long stream. Maybe too long. But I appreciate you guys tuning in. RichRod says 2 more hours. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so, Rich. Yeah. Gotta go do something heinous. 99% said it was an A. Yeah. That'd be weird if that's what it said. That'd be weird. But, all right, guys. That wraps it up. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for hanging out with me. I want to give a thank you to everybody who dropped any support. All right, if you dropped any memberships, if you dropped any direct donations, any super chats, thank you guys so much. I can only do this because you make it possible. And I know there's not a whole lot going on right now, so the fact that you still stop by, I really appreciate it. So also want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter. Okay, Devil Shooter does the timestamps for the streams. If you guys see him in the comment section with those timestamps, give him some thanks, show him some love. I know he appreciates it. There may or may not be a stream tomorrow, and I think it really is dependent upon if there's actually something going on to talk about, if there's any news, because, like, dude, it's been dead for the past 2 days, and I don't want to just, I don't want to just, like, you know, I have to think of something, you know, I have to think of something. And, dude, pushing polygon, no way. No way, pushing polygons. This man's going to try to make me stream for another 30 minutes. Yo, pushing polygons just came in out of nowhere. He dropped 5 singles or 4 singles for you guys. Now he dropped a whole 20 bomb. This man just dropped 20 more member gifts on you guys.
Who did?
Pushing Polygons did. Mrs. MBG says, oh wow, hold on, I realize that's probably echoing like crazy. Is that echoing, guys? Sorry, the only way I can mute this mic is I have to do it manually. I don't have a button on it. I'm so used to having a button, so I'm trying to get used to that. Pushing Polygon says, Merry Christmas, MBG. Well, thank you so much, man. Seriously, that's very kind of you, bro. That's very kind of you. Well, thanks to Pushing Polygons, we did hit the goal. We actually did it. I'm shocked. I like, dude, we spent like 4 hours and 45 minutes at the 5-member mark. You guys dropped a couple more. I'll give her a couple. But Pushing Polygons, he made sure we hit the goal. And I really appreciate that, bro. And yeah, big thank you to everybody who... I'll give it to him. Boss. Okay, but fine, boss. Over here. I literally gave him 2 more. So you got 12 today, all right? Yeah, I just want to once again thank you guys for showing your support. You know, sometimes we get people like Pushing Polygons coming out, you know, when the streams are a little bit lower, we're going most of the streams without getting gifts, and he wants to make sure we hit the goal. He drops 20 for you guys. So if you guys received a membership from Pushing Polygons or Hellbound today, make sure you give him a thanks if you see him around, because they definitely don't have to do that. And they're being extremely generous, and I appreciate it. So just Pushing Polygons, once again, thank you for that, man. It really, really means a lot. And again, to everybody else who dropped support, thank you. I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record. And, bro, last thing I'll say, and I'm going to head out now. Last thing I'll say is, my God, Pushing Polygons, the amount of... You just gassed up RichRod beyond belief, bro. You just made him realize, he's like, you know what? If one song can get a 20 bomb, what could 10 songs do? So, bro's about to hit the lab again. He's going to be cooking. So, RichRod and Gaming Survivor as well. So, you guys keep them coming. I appreciate it. Really quick, though, before we go, what other genre should we do that we haven't done? What other genre should we do? Because I feel like the last one we just did with Gaming Survivor, that one was kind of different. I don't think we've heard that. So it was like SHOUTOUT. And RichRod's was kind of somewhat different. Had that kind of like Romant. Oh, I don't know about Romant. That's ooh, I don't know about that. RichRod, absolutely not. I don't do more rap. Maybe more rap. Can we do can we do like more classic rock too? Maybe a couple classic rock tracks, like 70s or 80s, like 80s hair metal, or 80s rock. That'd be pretty cool. We could do hip hop, yeah. So guys, you get on that, and we'll do more at the end of our streams. All right. I gotta go now. It's been too long. Grunge. Oh yeah, do some grunge too. All right, enjoy the rest of your evening, guys. Again, shout out to Devil Shooter. Thank you for all your support. I would like to come back tomorrow with another stream. I'm only going to do so as long as there's some justifiable topics. I don't want to just do it for the sake of it. We probably will have a Thanksgiving stream as well. I do that every year. We have like an annual Thursday night. The timing is different. So when I stream Thursday, I'm going to be streaming a lot later in the evening. So you guys can look forward to that. But yeah. That does it. So hit the like button on your way out, and enjoy the rest of your evening, guys. I will catch you in the next one. Until then, take care, everyone. Boss, you're not getting any more, bro. You're cut off.